Chapter 1715. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious GU immortal. More than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River beach was destroyed. The red fire rocks inside were all plundered by 3 GU immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the celestial court, looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent led by the leaders of the Celestial Court had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now, it was being robbed by thieves from all over. The place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment, Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger. Fang Yuan has escaped, our 3 Central Continent rank-8s are all injured. Senior Zhu Xiongxin was killed by Fang Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering. Zhu Xiongxin and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fang Yuan. Among them, Zhu Xiongxin was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fang Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated. There must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Here. Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path GU worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Zhu Xiongxin, the other 3 Central Continent rank-8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke. I thought that Fang Yuan used Luo Po Seal to kill Senior Zhu Xiongxin. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors' killer move according to this battle report. Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fang Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fang Yuan became a GU immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment, that is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Zhenyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan. There is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan, we are also fighting against the forces around him. There are many immortal venerables and demon venerables among them. They allowed Fang Yuan to grow to his current level. Fairy Myrtle had an ashamed expression. I heard this news, my heart was shaken. Thank you, Lord Duke Long, for your consolation. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am not consoling you, I am merely stating a fact. However, even though Fang Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our celestial court. Zhu Xiongxin's death is clear in the battle report. It was because Fang Yuan activated the immortal formation and destroyed Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. He purposely stalled for time, causing Rumor Cage to become stronger and stronger due to the support of Central Continent's people. It greatly surpassed its original power. After Fang Yuan destroyed the Rumor Cage, Zhu Xiongxin's backlash became extremely strong. It surpassed his limits. he was heavily injured on the spot. Even though the other 3 rank 8s tried to save him, Fang Yuan was already prepared. He used the formation to disrupt their reinforcements. He suddenly turned into an ancient year monkey. His battle strength rose to peak rank 8. Catching the 3 immortals off guard, he killed Zhu Xiongxin. Fang Yuan had been feigning weakness. He used rumor cage to harm our GU immortals. Even though Zhu Xiongxin was vigilant, he still fell for Fang Yuan's tricks. Actually, if they fought openly, even if Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he would not be able to kill Zhu Xiongxin. The subsequent battle proved this. Our 3 rank 8s supported each other and retreated together. Fang Yuan could not stop them. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Duke Long's analysis was exactly what she was thinking. She agreed. There is no strongest immortal GU, there is only the strongest GU immortal. Fang Yuan is well developed, he has great strength, and more terrifyingly, he is crafty and ruthless. He often has extraordinary battle achievements. Right now, he has peak rank 8 battle strength. Our previous arrangements have been disrupted by him. Should we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan? Duke Long shook his head. Li Huang still needs to defend the refinement path convention. Repairing fate is the center of the situation. We cannot send anyone away during this period. If we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan, not to mention that Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. Even if his teleportation method fails and he gets pestered by Li Huang, that is something Fang Yuan would like to see. Fang Yuan wants to deal with us and destroy Fate Gu's repair. Don't tell me the others don't want to as well. We cannot lose our footing now. Yes, Lord Duke Long Fairy Myrtle had already calmed down. Even though Duke Long was not a Wisdom Path GU immortal, he presided over the Celestial Court. He had an extraordinary presence. He was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens. He controlled the situation steadily. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even if he was a pseudo-immortal Venerable and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate GU. No matter how much Fang Yuan jumped around, as long as he was not a rank 9 Venerable, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the refinement path convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall, asking, Lord Zhang Yuan, how is the activation of Enemy Hatred United going? The person being asked was an old man. He had many age spots and wrinkles on his face. His body was thin and dry. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench. Because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light. His aura was so weak that it would not be strange even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long. He had a lot of seniority. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was old man Zhang Yuan. Because of the repair of Fate GU, he had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 GU immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But old man Zhang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was recognized by Celestial Court and was recruited. The main reason was that old man Zhang Yuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Ren ancestor, who was known to everyone. The legends of Ren Zhu left behind by the human ancestor could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. The legends of Ren Zhu contained the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often, these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old man Zhang Yuan replied with a weak aura. Back then, the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked primordial origin immortal Venerable. He was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the immortal Venerable. Primordial origin immortal Venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights. His thoughts were in a mess and he could not control himself. After reading the legends of Ren Zhu, immortal Venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings. people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path-killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by primordial origin immortal Venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old man Zheng Yuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of central continent. As long as the human will accumulates to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With the common hatred for a common enemy, central continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The refinement path convention will definitely continue. Central Continent, Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor's Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in GU refinement. There were thousands of GU masters in the square, each of them occupied an area and refined GU. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 GU immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not GU masters had already failed. Some had black faces, some were in a worse state, their hands were destroyed, their chests were corroded, bloody holes were formed. GU refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another GU master met with an accident while refining GU. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated, teleporting this GU master out of the square. Several healing GU masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the GU materials. The poison in the GU materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon, he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled, you cannot participate in the competition. The healing GU master felt pity for him. This person was not weak, many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the refinement path convention, it is beneficial to central continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our refinement path convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting. Participating in the refinement path convention and allowing it to continue, that is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense, like swords colliding. Good man. The healing GU master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time, there was a change in the square. Two young GU masters stood up at the same time, holding GU worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted, I succeeded. Good, both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. GU immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The two young GU masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square while the other was at the northeast corner. You two, report your names. Wu Fa said again. He did not show himself, but he had already observed these two winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These two young GU masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hong Yi. Hong Yi replied. I am Yi Fan. The other young man also spoke. Chapter 17:16. White clouds flew around him, winds howled in his ears, Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had paid a price in the battle with the 4 rank 8s earlier. Especially at the end, when he killed Zhu Xiongxin, the remaining 3 rank 8s decided to retreat. They cooperated and destroyed Fang Yuan's formation. This formation was not created by Fang Yuan. Shadow Sect had secretly combined the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to form a super formation. This super immortal formation had extraordinary power. It was similar to the one Fang Yuan used to harm Xia Cha's group. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any traces. Shadow Sect created it so that when the time was right, it would provide Defy with a base of operations. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects each occupied an area. They occupied the most resources. The rest of the righteous path, lone immortals, and demonic immortals lived in the cracks of the 10 great ancient sects. But the sect system was not like the clan system, it was good at finding talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent, it was often because they did not have enough cultivation resources, they could not progress further. As time passed, these people naturally became enemies with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. There were many conflicts between them. Shadow Sect sensed this. They secretly contacted the GU Immortals who were dissatisfied with the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They united and formed a very secretive Defy with a loose structure. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance, it was a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. Shadow Sect had high hopes for Defy, but unfortunately, no matter how well it concealed itself, it was not Fairy Myrtle's match. Right now, Defy had already been destroyed, Fairy Myrtle had made great contributions here, she had completely wiped them out. Since Fang Yuan appeared and destroyed the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's competition locations, he had already considered the pursuit and encirclement of the Celestial Court. This super formation was his trump card. When he sensed something amiss, he escaped to this place without going anywhere else. When Zhu Xiongxin used Rumor Cage to trap Fang Yuan, he was overjoyed, but he did not expect that he had already fallen into Fang Yuan's ambush. The super formation did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. When he activated it, Rumor Cage was cut off from the outside world, he forcefully destroyed this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation blocked 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, giving Fang Yuan the chance to kill Zhu Xiongxin. Finally, with the immortal formation's help, Fang Yuan fought against the remaining rank EF the 3 rank 8s of the immortal battlefield. Also, this immortal formation of the IMOF of the 3 of Fang Yuan Fang of the immortal formation. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s saw this and attacked, destroying the immortal formation. But the immortal formation was like this, the stronger it was, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. Immortal killer moves were like this, the stronger they were, the greater the backlash after being broken, this was a double-edged sword. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, he was completely different from Zhu Xiongxin who was caught off guard. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to stop them, he could only let them escape. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8, he could defeat these 3, but it would be hard to kill them. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8, he could defeat these 3, but it would be difficult to kill them. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Po Seal, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-finger fist heart sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Po Seal, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-finger fist heart sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. When he turned into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. In the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan did not win or lose. In the contest for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan lost. But after that, Heaven Form did not disappoint, it found the location of the crucial immortal GU in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan also raised his transformation path attainment level through the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan first used Familiar Face to disguise himself as another person and sneak into the Grotto Heaven. Next, he used theft path methods to steal all the immortal GU. Even though that Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was clear-headed, how could it be the crafty Fang Yuan's match? At this point, Fang Yuan had no more worries, he went out with a new identity and inherited the Beast Calamity True Inheritance. The pitiful Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was deceived by him, even when the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was annexed, it did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the key. On average, an earthly calamity could give a GU immortal 250 Tao marks, a heavenly tribulation 750, a grand tribulation 7,250, and a myriad tribulation even more at 86,750. Of course, this was the average. Sometimes, calamities and tribulations were fierce. If the GU immortal could survive them, their gains would be much higher. Rank 7 GU immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. Rank 8 GU immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years. Rank 7 GU immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. Rank 8 GU immortals faced a grand tribulation every 50 years. Rank 7 GU immortals faced a grand tribulation every 100 years. Rank 8 GU immortals faced a myriad tribulation every 100 years. A myriad tribulation gave over 80,000 Tao marks, a grand tribulation gave less than a fraction of the former. Rank 8 GU immortals could often suppress rank 7 GU immortals because the difference in Tao marks was too huge. The beast calamity Grotto Heaven that Fang Yuan annexed had already gone through one grand tribulation. Even though the Grotto Heaven's original owner, Beast Calamity Immortal, died after passing the first grand tribulation, the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second grand tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Tao marks in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there were over 100,000 transformation path Tao marks. Fang Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Tao marks. Originally, he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time, he killed many rank 7 Celestial Court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Tao marks of many paths. Thus, after Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Tao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 GU immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Tao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 GU immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations, so was Duke Long. And when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Tao marks would turn into time path Tao marks. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's Grotto Heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Tao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Tao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000. When Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Tao mark. What did that mean? Rank 8 GU immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the third grand tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the third grand tribulation, they would become a rank 9 Venerable. Of course, a rank 9 GU Venerable's Tao marks were not just 300,000, this was only the starting point of a Venerable. Even so, Fang Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal Venerable level with just time path Tao marks. Together with rank 8 time path immortal GU and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Po Seal but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sunflame cloak. But now, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between Spring Scissors and verdant sunflame cloak. But against Duke Long, it will be difficult. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Tao marks were one, immortal GU were another, the immortal aperture's foundation was another, and methods were another. Fang Yuan did not lack Tao marks. He had 3-time path immortal GU, which was passable. But his immortal killer moves were lacking. Even though Spring Scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger, the foundation was not changed. Back and forth, it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Tao marks, he had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 immortal GU than Fang Yuan's 3-time path immortal GU. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like triple chi retraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal Venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal Venerable. It was not so easy to reach the level of Venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank 8s. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course, he was also injured. Pseudo-immortal Venerable was not an immortal Venerable after all. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence, he had always been very confident in himself. But the foundation of this confidence was that he knew himself. He was very clear about his own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long. There was no helping it, he could not match him in battle strength. This people's accusation of the people's human path method is getting stronger. Even though I do not know much about human path, I can feel that something is amiss. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't forget, his wisdom path attainment was so deep that even Fairy Myrtle did not dare to underestimate him. The emotions of wisdom path GU immortals were never groundless, they were always an indication of something. Just Yama Emperor's killer move cannot resolve people's accusation. The more I appear in Central Continent, the longer I stay, the stronger people's accusation gets. But now, it has not been truly ignited, even though there are many incidents in Central Continent, they are all small skirmishes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. Soldiers are trained for a long time to be used in a single moment, it is time to let them out. Earlier, when fighting against Zhu Xiongxin, Fang Yuan waited patiently for a while, but Duke Long did not appear. Now that the super-immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to fight Duke Long alone. Needless to say, Duke Long did not appear from start to finish, but he gave Fang Yuan an even greater threat. He forced Fang Yuan to conceal himself and shift the risk to him. Chapter 1717. Central Continent. Carefree Island was floating in the sky. This was Mahayana Pavilion's territory. The GU refinement competition was coming to an end. The 3 GU immortals guarding Carefree Island also relaxed. One of them looked at the clouds outside the island, stretching his back. It is finally over. This refinement path convention is the most tiring one I have ever been in charge of. Haha, that's right. There is no helping it. That demon Fang Yuan caused too much trouble. Many people from other regions also have ulterior motives. Thankfully, the mission is over. I will treat you two to a drink. Oh, I have heard of your 9-flow jade wine for a long time. To think that I would be able to taste it today. Ha ha ha, you are too kind, too kind. The GU immortal who was praised waved his hand, but his expression suddenly froze. Ooh! His face was filled with shock, and his body was as stiff as stone. He fell backward, and when he hit the ground, he was completely dead. Alert! Enemy attack! His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 GU immortals turned pale with fright, quickly activating their defensive methods. Next, they watched as the participating GU masters fell to the ground one after another, dying on the spot. The 2 GU immortals watched with bloodshot eyes. They were extremely furious. Just as they were about to succeed, they encountered a sneak attack. They are actually so cruel, attacking mortal GU masters so ruthlessly. Quickly come out, which demonic path scoundrel is it, only knowing how to sneak attack? The 2 GU immortals shouted. The competition was in chaos, people continued to fall to the ground. You want me to come out? Laughter could be heard. As you wish. While laughing, Ying Wuxie appeared. Demonic path cultivator, die. The 2 GU immortals gritted their teeth, charging over. Ying Wuxie stood on the spot without moving, he looked at them with a mocking smile. The 2 GU immortals were charging over when their expressions changed, their speed fell rapidly. We were actually hit. Just now, what method is this? The 2 rank 7 GU immortals fell to the ground, looking at Ying Wuxie getting closer. Ying Wuxie smiled, keeping the 3 GU immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader needs all of your immortal apertures. He turned around and took one last look at the entire arena. There was no one left standing, only a pile of corpses. After a moment, Ying Wuxie leisurely flew out of Carefree Island. The entire Carefree Island was deathly silent, without a single living being alive. At the same time, upstream of phosphorescent river, He Lulan roared, A mere immortal array wants to stop me. Her voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when her imposing aura rose explosively. It filled the heavens and the earth, and it radiated towards the surroundings and swept up a boundless storm. Boom! With a killer move, the defensive immortal formation that had reached its limit was completely destroyed. Pu, Pu, Pu. Several GU immortals guarding this formation coughed out large amounts of blood. They suffered backlash. Hei Lulan laughed sinisterly. Layers of strength path phantoms appeared on her body as she charged towards the GU immortals. 100-knot forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow and walked leisurely. The originally lush bamboo forest had already been frozen by frost. It was like an insect in amber, motionless. The grass was also covered in snow. There was no sign of life left. In the competition arena at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal GU masters were frozen into ice sculptures. None of them survived. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Ying Wuxie had been cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They used Future Self Killer move to borrow the future state. Their battle strength rose sharply. They were elite rank 7 experts. Ordinary people were not their match. Seeing their results, Fang Yuan was quite happy. With the support of their future selves, the three of them finally advanced by leaps and bounds, gaining the qualifications to participate in the great battle. These three are all geniuses. They have outstanding talent. Once their battle strength rises, they will overshadow other GU immortals of the same level. Now, let's see how Celestial Court reacts. Celestial Court. A new battle report came. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. She ordered Celestial Court to pay a huge price to collect the Time Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. In the end, not only did she not restrict Fang Yuan's growth, even Fang Yuan's 3 subordinates had such strength now. The battle report was handed to Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the battle footage as his eyes shined with sharp light. He was deeply moved. Fairy Myrtle could not recognize it, but Duke Long could. He was silent for a while, before saying, "What of Fang Yuan? I underestimated you." Fairy Myrtle was puzzled. "Lord Duke Long, why do you say that?" "The reason why their strength rose sharply is because of the killer move, Future Self," Duke Long said solemnly. "Future Self? This was created by my eldest disciple. Back then, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and lost his immortal Venerable cultivation. To make up for it, he created the killer move Future Self," Duke Long answered. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's expression that changed. She frowned as she said in disbelief, "I have checked Spectral Soul's memories. The Red Lotus true inheritance that he obtained definitely did not include Future Self. This means that Fang Yuan has already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. Otherwise, how did he do it with Future Self? We've already sealed off the River of Time." Duke Long shook his head. "There is no need to talk about this now. It seems that we need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. He might have some special methods in his hands." Duke Long did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Or rather, he did not dare to underestimate Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan felt heavy in their hearts. The shadow of Red Lotus Demon Venerable shrouded their hearts once again. But next, Fang Yuan did not show up again. Only Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Ying Wuxie continued to attack. They won more than they lost, causing havoc in Central Continent. What is Fang Yuan doing? Is he secretly continuing, trying to make a big scene? Fang Yuan did not make a move. It was the Celestial Court's turn to feel uncomfortable. This threat was like a drawn bow. The arrow had yet to be released. It was very worrying. Fang Yuan was waiting. But he did not see Duke Long show up. The situation is getting more troublesome. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he felt something amiss. Duke Long still did not show up. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was repeatedly destroyed and sacrifices were made, it was still being carried out. Especially when the competition continued, there were fewer and fewer GU Masters left. The locations of the competition also decreased. Central Continent's GU Immortals had a clear increase in numbers and strength. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and the rest started to move together. They could not do anything to the competition alone. Fang Yuan also did not see anyone from Longevity Heaven. On the eve of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan. He wanted to work with him to destroy this Refinement Path Convention and prevent Celestial Court from succeeding. But now, there was no news from Longevity Heaven. With just me and Shadow Sect, we cannot stop the competition. Unless a stronger force intervenes. Fang Yuan was clear about this. Shadow Sect had indeed slaughtered many lives and obstructed the progress of the convention, but Duke Long did not budge. He continued to push the convention forward. If Duke Long did not show up, the GU Immortals of the other 4 regions would be wary and not dare to make a move. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to be the vanguard. But now, even though Fang Yuan's gains were glorious, the situation was still firmly in Duke Long's control. For Fang Yuan, Central Continent's situation had not opened up yet. What should he do? After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to change his strategy. He no longer ordered Bai Ning Bing and the rest to attack the competition venue. He changed his target to loot the resource points. Central Continent was rich in resources. They had a lot of reserves. Every time Bai Ning Bing and the rest looted a place, Fang Yuan would display the relevant video in jewel yellow skies for other GU Immortals to watch. This strategy was not effective in the first few days. Even though Bai Ning Bing and the rest had great gains, it did not make Fang Yuan happy. But a few days later, more chaos began to occur. Northern Plains' lone immortal sleeping lady suddenly appeared and destroyed Combat Immortal Sect's formation, looting a resource point. 2 GU Immortals suspected to be Xiao Hu Kai and Xiao Sharang attacked Colored Glass Mountain Range and exterminated a super force. 3 GU Immortals belonging to the force died. The immemorial immortal materials that were being transported to Crane Gate's headquarters were attacked by a group of mysterious GU Immortals along the way. The immemorial immortal materials were all looted. Another few days passed, and the chaos became more and more intense. Fire beacons were burning in all directions, and chaos was everywhere. All sorts of famous resource points were being looted, or were about to be looted. GU Immortals seemed to be active in every corner of Central Continent. Ha ha ha, the people's hearts are finally in chaos. Fang Yuan laughed heartily in secret. His plan was vicious. It played into other people's dark thoughts. If he instigated other forces or GU Immortals to attack and destroy the Refinement Path Convention, they would hesitate and watch from the sidelines. But if he made them attack and loot some resource points to avoid a direct confrontation with the Celestial Court, it was not difficult for them to do so. At the same time, the looted resources would stimulate these GU Immortals. They would become more daring and greedy. As for those GU Immortals who were watching from the sidelines, how could they not be envious when they saw others looting so many resources? How could they not be frustrated? After all, many resources were taken by others. They would not have a share anymore. Fang Yuan's change of tactic showed great results. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. GU Immortals from Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains came one after another. Even some lone and demonic immortals of Central Continent were trying to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan, I will make you die a horrible death. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Duke Long sighed. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Even so, Duke Long did not change his original intention. He wanted to continue the Refinement Path Convention. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by a large number of GU Immortals. Precisely because the Celestial Court gathered these forces, the resource points in the outside world had weak defenses. Others could sneak attack them again and again. It could be said that Fang Yuan was beating them at their own game. Using Duke Long's tactic as a foundation, he purposely changed his own tactic. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even if Central Continent's situation was terrible, he would firmly guard the Refinement Path Convention. His tactic made Fang Yuan grit his teeth. He could not do anything about it. Duke Long did not change his tactic. He forced Fang Yuan to attack his own side. Fang Yuan would not attack rashly. He knew that he was not the Celestial Court's match. Moreover, the other forces had not appeared yet. If he attacked now, he would only become a stepping stone for them. Chapter 17-18. Central Continent, Earthchi Stone Forest. Puff puff puff. Waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes. The small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shi Gandang sized up the Earth Chi stone forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi stone forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources. Among them was round Kuan stone, which Shi Gandang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in jewel yellow skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In jewel yellow skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price, but the Gu Immortals here did not relent. They even made fun of me. Hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones, I have taken revenge for that day. Shi Gandang breathed in deeply, his aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal killer move, heavenly descent 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest's formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shi Gandang did not feel any heartache. He breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you, why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sect's rank 7 Gu Immortal Expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist, his whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair, a pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light, he wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist, his calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource, it was very unique. Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Gu Immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly, "Old man, you are already so old, you should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death." The elderly Gu Immortal chuckled, "I have no choice, I want to ask for some Spirit Lake spring water." Yang Feng sneered, "Even the great elders of the Ancient Soul Sect don't have enough spring water for their own use, how can I give it to you?" The elderly Gu Immortal sighed deeply, "In that case, I will have to snatch it myself." Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly, "Old man, you've got guts, daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name." The elderly Gu Immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, "I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Daoist." "You're the Forgotten Daoist?" Yang Feng's body shook and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, his expression froze. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" The elderly Gu Immortal was silent, he stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression, he looked at the old Gu Immortal and frowned deeply. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A moment later, the Forgotten Daoist took away the Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted, "Who are you? You're sneaking around, stop right there." The Forgotten Daoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake, he was shocked and furious, he was filled with doubts. "Damn it, who stole the Spirit Lake spring water? I was on guard, how did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect." But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned. "What did I do? Oh, right, I accepted the mission to guard this Spirit Lake spring. I cannot let outsiders succeed. Mage, with me here, I want to see who dares to court death." Central Continent, in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred. "Remember this. Get lost, losers." Xiao Hu Kai sneered, he looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen, his skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones, veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path rank 7, Pai Shuihan. Not long ago, he and Xiao Hu Kai had their eyes on this resource, They worked together and chased away the central continent GU immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left. The atmosphere became strange. Friend, how do you think we should split this resource? Xiao Hukai pretended to be polite. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. He said without hesitation, "You can get lost too." Xiao Hukai was stunned. He laughed from extreme anger. "I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert Xiao clan. Who are you? You are so short-sighted but have such an arrogant personality. So much nonsense." Pai Shuihan had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Hukai. Xiao Hukai's expression sank. He charged at Pai Shuihan without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. Xiao Hukai could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Sharang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Hukai was overjoyed. He quickly gathered with Xiao Sharang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Hukai and Xiao Sharang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life. Xiao Hukai gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Desert Super Force Xiao clan, but he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle. He had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains Demonic Path GU Immortal, Pai Shuihan. Xiao Sharang said plainly. Xiao Hukai was stunned. So he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder. Forget it. Central Continent has so many resources, there is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook. The 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of GU immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation. Fires were burning everywhere. Things like Forgotten Daoist, who only took the resources, were still fine. But most of the GU immortals acted like Shagan Dang, directly destroying the resource points. Their intentions were very vicious. Several days later. Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. In the hall, old man Zheng Yuan suddenly spoke. Fairy Myrtle heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief, her expression becoming more spirited. These last days, countless bad news had been coming. Central Continent suffered huge losses all over. Fairy Myrtle felt a lot of pressure. Oh. Then please go ahead. Duke Long's expression was still calm and indifferent. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Heart. The accumulated human will was quickly expended, not much was left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's GU immortals, GU masters, and mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment. It was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. What does it mean? Such a mystical feeling. It feels like I am closely connected to the people around me. I can directly sense their thoughts. After the shock, people soon found out the profundity of people's united hearts. It could connect everyone together. They could understand each other's thoughts. Because of the fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred caused by the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future, there had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Who are you? Why do you have such terrifying evil intentions towards us? In a competition venue, a Northern Plains GU immortal was discovered. He was like a torch in the darkness. His true thoughts could not be hidden. They were known by everyone. He had a handsome face. He wore a white robe. He was thin and had a scholarly aura. He was a Northern Plains rank 7 demonic path GU immortal, free scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even with my disguise, I was still discovered. Free scholar suppressed his shock. He showed a sinister smile towards the people around him. Several rank 7 experts guarding this place appeared and surrounded Free Scholar. You disguised yourself and joined the GU refinement competition to obtain success Dao marks? Leave this place. We will not make things difficult for you if you leave voluntarily. The leading GU immortal said. Free Scholar laughed. He said to the leader, so you were really here. I did not come here for nothing. His tone was filled with killing intent. The leading GU immortal was puzzled. Who are you? What grudge do we have? Mph, so you have already forgotten. But I have not. Back then, you exterminated Chen tribe. Today, Chen tribe's descendant is here to take your life. Free Scholar erupted. He activated his killer move. It was his signature killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. An hour later, Free Scholar dragged his crippled body as he flew into the sky with tears in his eyes. No one was left alive in the competition venue. At another competition venue. Friend, please come out for a chat. The defending GU Immortal said in a polite tone. He had a warm attitude. I was discovered. Southern Border secluded Immortal Zheng Qing shook his head. He cooperated and walked out of the venue. I have no ill intentions, I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely to be the last one. Zheng Qing smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance by chance. He did not have much enmity towards Central Continent. The defending GU Immortal nodded. Through people's united hearts, we can sense your intentions. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to continue participating in this year's competition. I understand. If you are interested, you can stay, we can have an exchange. No need. Zheng Qing shook his head. He left quietly. Some caused a huge commotion, while others maintained a polite stance. But no matter what, people's united hearts was very profound. It could distinguish between friend and foe. The unstable factors hidden in the competition were all eliminated. Central Continent's side no longer had any internal worries. Duke Long was firm in his strategy. As time passed, the finals of this refinement path convention arrived. This is the final chance. Is no one making a move yet? What are they waiting for? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only watch as Celestial Court succeeded. But there was no news from Longevity Heaven. It is time, we need to make a move. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance GU Immortals. Wu Yong looked around. Everyone, the situation is like this, there is no need for me to say anything. We cannot let Fate GU be completely repaired by Celestial Court, otherwise, Celestial Court's advantage will be too huge. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks, we will make Celestial Court fail. Chapter 1719. Oh no, Wu Yong is leading a large group of Southern Border GU Immortals. They have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted. Oh! They finally appeared. Duke Long said plainly. He was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because Southern Border's GU Immortals were very united this time, they were different from the other four regions' GU Immortals who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important. It was infallible blessed land. If infallible blessed land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court. Because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the Refinement Path Convention, all of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of Southern Frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible blessed land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted. We have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is still in our hands. We will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method. The scene of infallible blessed land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget, you have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart. The great Ziwei, even a wisdom path great expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move. Immortal killer move Unlimited Wind. A dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar. It rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. It had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court GU Immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the Super Immortal Formation. Creak creak. The halo formed by the Immortal Formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind. Soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's GU Immortals quickly activated the Immortal Formation's methods, but all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless. I have never used this move casually because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path Dao marks. However, with such a price, it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei, who was far away in Heavenly Court, could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and thin eyebrows. He gave off a sinister aura. Right now, he was at the front of the Immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the Immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Borders Wu Yong. An ambitious and ruthless person. He had the valiant nature of Wu clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontiers Immortal GU and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan in Five Elements mountain range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Wei Yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate GU. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete Fate Immortal GU again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court GU Immortals tried many methods but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public. Not just Celestial Court side, even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. Everyone, it is time to use your lives, follow me in. The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court GU Immortals became nervous. They are in. Quick, activate the second layer formation. The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 GU Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd. He had a powerful aura. He was a pillar of Tai clan. His name was Taigan Ge. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him. Countless golden halberds condensed. Go! Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Taigan Ge was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert, rank 8 GU Immortal Kai Chu Yu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Kai Chu Yu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain, as rank 7 GU Immortal Shang Qiu stepped forward. He stretched out his hand, a hole suddenly appeared in his palm, a strong suction force burst out and sucked in a lot of the flower rain. Yi Hei Ting shouted as countless blue lightning arcs appeared, helping Taigan Ji to hold on. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Liu Pei stood behind Kai Chuyu, placing one hand on Kai Chuyu's back, activating Wisdom Path methods to greatly increase Kai Chuyu's deduction speed. After a while, Kai Chuyu suddenly made a move. Every skill had its own specialization. Under his method, the formation's operation slowed down. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate formation path could see the flaws clearly. Boom boom boom. Southern Borders Gu Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked. Several powerful killer moves landed and broke the second formation. The deities of Southern Frontier entered the third formation. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were shaken. With Kai Chuyu here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The other immortals also had high morale. Kai Chuyu smiled bitterly. I have never used this deduction method because it expends my lifespan. But in this battle, I cannot hold back. The deities of Southern Frontier's Gu Immortals were shaken. Wu Yong looked at Kai Chuyu. Both saw the determination in each other's eyes. But soon, Kai Chuyu frowned. I don't need to deduce this third formation, I can see it at a glance. This formation is very simple. The formation core is the tallest tree in the forest. The formation was easy to understand. It was intentionally created by the Celestial Court. It was much harder to destroy. That was because this forest was extraordinary, able to destroy the power of all killer moves. Each stalk was a holy burial wood, and the stalk in the center that acted as the eye of the formation was an immemorial desolate plant. The deities of Southern Frontier had to use their bodies to destroy these trees. However, among the trees, there were countless vines. These vines had great origins, they were not to be underestimated. Some were azure dragon vines, some were lightning twisting vines, and some were saw heart drilling vines. The foundation of the third formation was a formation created using the Tao marks of this forest. In order to break this formation, it would be futile to attack other places. They could only destroy this holy burial wood. The deities of Southern Frontier thought about it. They released the ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts from their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest, fighting with the vines as blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, more than half of the beast groups were sacrificed. The remaining beasts were confused in the forest. A small portion even started killing each other. The deities of Southern Frontier's expressions were grim. So there was 7-star internal fighting grass planted here. It is enough to make the ancient desolate beasts kill each other. Even though the immemorial desolate beasts are not affected by this internal fighting grass, they are obstructed by the beast vanishing chi. This beast vanishing chi contained dense poison path Tao marks. It had no effect on immortal plants, variant humans, and humans. It only affected the beasts' bodies. It could make the immemorial desolate beasts thin, their skin disintegrate, and their organs melt. The deities of Southern Frontier's attempt failed. Wu Yong was about to summon clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when someone stood up. Let me do it. The immortals looked over. They saw that this Gu immortal had a smooth scalp without any hair. He had a muscular body. It was BA Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, BA Xiong. Even though I am not a strength path Gu immortal, I cultivate transformation path. Let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength. Lord Yi Hao Fang, please reinforce me. BA Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. BA Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. Attacking now was extremely risky. If he was not careful, he would die. Yi Hao Fang looked at BA Clan's first supreme elder, BA Shi BA. Seeing the latter nod, he attacked BA Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in Southern Border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. BA Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Court's Gu immortals naturally would not watch. They immediately used methods to stop him. Southern Borders GU Immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood, his flesh was lacerated, dozens of wounds were deep to the bone. He used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, Southern Borders GU Immortals had already broken through 3 formations. I can only rely on you guys now. Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy, he had already lost his battle strength. Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance. You will be greatly rewarded when we return. Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly. I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Kai Chuyu. I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence. They have come to our southern border many times. If they completely repair Fate GU, wouldn't that be a problem? That makes sense. Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him. His confidence was 10 times greater than before. Chapter 1720. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Formation. Myriad dragons flew, surrounding the Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal Song Chi Yuan, forming a huge ball of dragons. These ancient poisonous dragons are clearly formed from the formation's power, but they are so agile, like they are real. Song Chi Yuan defended as he thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to kill these ancient poisonous dragons, but the problem was, after dealing with them, there would be other obstacles. The tens of thousands of ancient poisonous dragons were formed from the formation's power. Song Chi Yuan had to destroy this formation to target the core. Otherwise, even if he killed all of these ancient poisonous dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. It is a pity that my formation path attainment is too low. After fighting for so long, I have not found any flaws. Song Chi Yuan gritted his teeth. Immortal Killer Move, Perfect Round Light. He activated his defensive method. His whole body was covered in a spherical light barrier. No matter how ferocious the ancient poisonous dragons were, they could not break this thin barrier. From this, it could be seen how deep Song Chi Yuan's foundation in light path was. Unfortunately, he was facing a super large array. What he needed was an understanding of the array Dao. There were many paths in the GU Master World, like earlier, when Fang Yuan was countered by Celestial Court's human path and information path methods. Song Chi Yuan was also suppressed by formation path. At his rank 8 cultivation level, GU Immortals could often comprehend other paths by analogy. Song Chi Yuan could also use light path methods to imitate the power of formation path. But he was facing a super immortal formation created by Celestial Court after paying a huge price. It was a formation that could seal the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongsheng. Song Chi Yuan could not find any flaws. He could only defend and wait for reinforcements, waiting for a turning point. At the center of the formation, Old Man Beifeng controlled the super formation, monitoring the situation of the Eastern Sea GU Immortals. A rank 6 GU Immortal was standing beside him. He was a young man. It was Old Man Beifeng's grandson, Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images in front of him as he said in joy, "Grandfather, this is great. These rank 8 GU Immortals are trapped. They cannot escape. We have made great contributions this time. We can definitely redeem ourselves and let me leave this damned place. Grandpa, you can officially become a member of the Celestial Court." Old Man Beifeng shook his head slowly, his gaze extremely solemn. "Grandson, you have not truly seen the situation clearly. These rank 8 GU Immortals were not injured at all, most of them were unscathed. These people did not see through the secret of the formation, so they temporarily chose to wait and see or wait for reinforcements. Once they see an opening, their attacks will definitely be earth-shattering and pitilessly terrifying." Feng Chanzi immediately panicked. Then what should we do? Grandpa, didn't we ask for help a long time ago? Why haven't the reinforcements from the Celestial Court arrived yet? Old Man Beifeng was silent for a while before saying, "How would we know what the Celestial Court is planning? The only thing we can do now is to defend to the death." As Old Man Beifeng finished speaking, the entire formation suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Did a rank 8 GU Immortal find a flaw in the formation? Feng Chanzi was shocked. "No, it's that evil dragon." Old Man Beifeng's expression also turned pale. Hidden Dragon Cave, it was famous in the world because it sealed the evil dragon Di Zongsheng. Right now, Di Zongsheng was struggling intensely, trying to turn around. Old Man Beifeng could not help but feel bitter inside. Di Zongsheng was not ordinary, it was created from the resentment and hatred of countless living beings in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and struggled constantly. If it succeeded, it could cause a large-scale earthquake. Old Man Beifeng guarded this place. One of the reasons was to prevent the evil dragon from causing earthquakes in Central Continent and destroying living beings. But now, Fang Yuan and the other 4 regions' GU immortals were wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Countless living beings were killed. They accumulated a vast amount of resentment, hatred, fear, and other emotions. Di Zongsheng absorbed these emotions. His strength began to rise rapidly. The Eastern Sea GU immortals attacking the formation had attracted its attention. The crafty Di Zongsheng had been restraining himself and accumulating strength. He suddenly exerted strength now, catching Old Man Beifeng off guard. After Old Man Beifeng reacted, he quickly used the main force of the formation to suppress Di Zongsheng. After Duke Long used this formation, its power had weakened by 30%. And now, my strength has risen by at least 50%. Old Man Beifeng, if you escape now, you can still live. Otherwise, after I destroy this formation, I will tear you to pieces. Di Zongsheng shouted, his voice rumbled like thunder, resounding in the huge earth trench. Don't even think about it. Old Man Beifeng's expression was grim, his fighting spirit did not waver. I found a flaw. In another formation space, Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal Qing Yuan opened his eyes wide, his aura erupted like a volcano. Immortal Killer Move suppressing Mountain Egg. Boom! A gigantic mountain appeared out of thin air, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it smashed into the gap in the formation. Hidden Dragon Cave Super Formation had already reached its limit when dealing with the Eastern Sea GU Immortals and Di Zongsheng. Now that it was attacked by Qing Yuan, it snapped like a taut bow. Puff! The formation collapsed. Old Man Beifeng suffered a backlash. He coughed out blood, his face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of death. Crack crack, with a series of sounds like glass shattering, most of the immortal formation was destroyed, only a small portion at the center was left, it was pitifully defending itself. The Eastern Sea Immortals' vision changed, they were released. I can sense that the Rank 8 Immortal GU house is at the center of the immortal formation. Shen Zongsheng's eyes shined brightly. Charge in. Song Qi Yuan laughed loudly, taking the lead. Qing Yuan stayed behind. He was hurrying to heal himself. This time, he had broken through the array and his injuries were not light. Because he was not a formation path GU immortal, he did not use formation path methods to solve the problem. It was like smashing a door with his fists. Di Zongsheng shouted excitedly, his dragon roar was like thunder, his voice was so loud that the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions changed. Quickly destroy the center, I am about to be free, ha ha ha. Old Man Duke Long, when I come out, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, I will eat you bit by bit. Di Zongsheng's voice was filled with hatred and anger, the immortals present felt a chill. Grandfather, you need to pull yourself together. In the remnant formation center, Feng Chanzi hugged Old Man Beifeng and cried. His body was shaking as he shouted, why haven't the Celestial Court's reinforcements arrived yet? Old Man Beifeng was still coughing out blood, there was already a pool of blood below him. The grandfather and grandson were in a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of GU worms. It was known as the largest mortal GU house in the world. At the same time, it was the largest gathering place of mortals in Central Continent. The final round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Fang Yuan was high in the sky, layers of auspicious clouds surrounded him tightly. This was a luck path method that could conceal himself. Of course, other than that, there were more than 10 immortal moves that Fang Yuan used on himself. He was barely able to defend against people's accusation. After all, these were not human path methods. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with their results. Right now, His gaze was fixed on Emperor City below him. No one else has made a move yet. There is no news from Longevity Heaven, damn it. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He did not know that deities of Southern Frontier had already gone to attack Infallible Blessed Land. They were advancing rapidly. And in Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals broke through the superformation. Only the core of the formation was left. I cannot let the Celestial Court repair Fate GU completely. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all the GU Masters who are participating in the final round. Fang Yuan gave the order. An immortal GU house charged down like a meteor. The immortal GU house carried He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Ying Wuxie, and Qi Clan's GU immortals. It could be said that this was Fang Yuan's entire force. Who dares to attack me? I will kill all who come. Li Huang's voice resounded. He was the rank 8 leader who had been ordered to guard this place. Following his voice, immortal GU houses appeared one after another, revolving around Emperor City like stars revolving around the moon. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This immortal GU house of mine was created by using Bai Xiong Grotto Heaven's 33 heavenly palaces, as well as the immortal GU house where heaven form is stored, as well as some GU worms. I am afraid it is not the match of these immortal GU houses. Even so, Fang Yuan did not give the order to retreat. He had already expected this situation, but there was no helping it. Time was pressing, he had to act. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. When Bai Ningbing and the rest could not hold on, he would go down personally. As expected, Bai Ningbing and the rest were attacked by many immortal GU houses. They were at a disadvantage right from the start. Celestial Court was heavily guarded here. The defense was so tight that it was simply insane. A moment later, Bai Ningbing and the rest's immortal GU houses were damaged beyond repair. They were on the verge of defeat. Fang Yuan sighed. He was about to go down when his expression froze. He looked in a different direction. Several rank 8 GU immortals appeared. There were also several immortal GU houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 GU immortals and the immortal GU houses of super forces. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed a joyous expression. Celestial Court. The main forces of Western Desert and Southern Border have already appeared. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Actually, if not for the Earth Vein fusion, the regional wall would still be sturdy. My Celestial Court would not be attacked by such a large group. She was right. Precisely because they sensed the arrival of the Great Era, the Earth Veins of the 5 regions merged and the regional walls vanished. The other 4 regions felt an intense crisis. Central Continent was the strongest in terms of strength. It had been publicly recognized since the remote antiquity era. Right now, Celestial Court wanted to completely repair Fate GU. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The GU immortals of the other 4 regions were forced to come and cause trouble. There is still the strongest force that has not appeared. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Only a few Northern Plains GU immortals have appeared. The main force has not shown up yet. Fang Yuan has not appeared either. Considering the battle in the River of Time, he is likely to have teamed up with Bing Sichuan again. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the horizon. No need, they are already here. At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle looked in shock and anger at the sky above Celestial Court. A rainbow aurora appeared. Rank 8 immortal GU House Calamity Luck Altar shot out. These Northern Plains barbarians. They are so daring. How dare they invade my Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle's body was shaking from anger. Old man Zheng Yuan was also dumbfounded. Chapter 1721. Central Continent, Emperor City. This is the immortal GU house that Master once mentioned. Yi Fan was in the final competition. He looked at the sky with a shocked expression. The other participating GU Masters were not much better off than him. These immortal GU houses are the foundation of a superforce. To think that so many would appear at once. Even if the regional walls melt and the earth veins are unified, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there will not be such a huge battle. Yi Fan suddenly had a realization. At this time, a voice came from beside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we can have a good contest now and determine who is stronger. Yi Fan turned his gaze away as he smiled, thinking, I received master's orders to come to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, to think that I would meet such a genius. Even if I lose in the end, it will be a wonderful experience. Being able to have such a sworn brother is the greatest reward. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Hong Yi and Yi Fan had repeatedly emerged victorious in the previous competition, and very naturally got to know each other. As they continued to communicate, the two of them began to appreciate each other. After a drinking contest, they became sworn brothers with different surnames. Hong Yi continued, this Refinement Path Convention is an unprecedented event. Let those GU immortals fight in the sky, we need to do what we are supposed to do. Thank you for your concern, I understand. Yi Fan understood Hong Yi's goodwill. After thanking him, he calmed his mind and started to focus on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent's immortal GU houses were distributed to the left and right of Emperor City, vaguely forming 3 layers of defense. Outside the defense line were Western Desert's rank 8s and several immortal GU houses. The last one was controlled by Ning Bing and the rest. It was an immortal GU house that Fang Yuan had created. It had not even been named yet. Fang Yuan wanted to show himself, but since the Western Desert GU immortals were here, he decided to observe for a while longer. Western Desert's GU immortals flew along with the immortal GU houses, closing the distance between them and Central Continent, giving the latter a huge mental pressure. Even Li Huang, who was at the center, was a little hesitant. Even he, with his rich combat experience, had never participated in a battle of this scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles between GU immortals, but he had never seen so many immortal GU houses fighting together. Immortal GU houses were much rarer than GU immortals. Normally speaking, very few GU immortals owned them, only super forces owned them. A GU immortal alone could not have the wealth, energy, and ability to construct an immortal GU house. Moreover, immortal GU houses were not very practical for individual GU immortals. For super forces, they usually needed a rank 7 immortal GU house. At some crucial juncture, it could act as a rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 GU immortals did not appear continuously. Many first supreme elders of super forces only had rank 7 cultivation level. At this time, the rank 7 immortal GU house could suppress the situation. Immortal GU houses naturally had their flaws. For example, their methods were fixed and could be easily countered. Thus, even though many rank 7 immortal GU houses could resist rank 8 GU immortals, they could not truly match a rank 8 GU immortal. Right now, the immortal GU houses participating in the battle were at least rank 7, they could erupt with rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was an intense battle involving more than 10 rank 8 battle strength expert. Both sides were hesitant. But this battle had no choice but to fight. The atmosphere became heavier. When the distance between the two sides shrunk to a certain limit, an immortal GU house in Central Continent's second defensive line attacked. This immortal GU house was small and exquisite. It was a pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams of the pavilion. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was one of the 5 immortal GU houses of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Canary Pavilion. A large number of bird cages were opened in Canary Pavilion. Small birds with fiery red feathers flew out like a rain of fire. Halfway through their flight, these birds expanded and returned to their original size. These birds were as large as carriages, their bodies were red and their feathers were covered in flames. They were extremely hot. Their eyes were like flowing lava. The birds' cries were also quite peculiar, resembling the sound of flowing lava. Ancient desolate beast, molten flame bird. Be careful, these birds can self-detonate, they have incredible power. Among Western Desert's forces, a GU immortal immediately warned. Fire path ancient desolate beast, haha, let us do it. Amidst the laughter, an immortal GU house that looked like a water wheel rolled out on its own. The wheel suddenly shot out a huge red light. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten flame birds. The molten flame birds screamed and struggled, but most of them were suppressed by the red light. A small portion self-detonated, turning into lava that was absorbed by the red light, causing it to become stronger. What immortal GU house is this? Central Continent side was shocked and uncertain. They did not expect the molten flame birds to be broken so easily. Western Desert side was also shocked. Several rank 8 GU immortals paid attention to this strange immortal GU house. They did not have any information about it. Oh! Dawn Clan's Red River Wheel? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This immortal GU house was unearthed by Dawn Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it had shown its unique brilliance. Normally speaking, if a superforce wanted to research and construct an immortal GU house, the entire process would be very long. During this long process, a lot of information and clues would be revealed. Only this kind of immortal GU house that was suddenly obtained would be surprising. Dawn Clan's GU immortals felt pleased. They had made the right decision to come here. They had obtained a batch of molten flamebirds just after the battle. With these molten flamebirds, the entire Red River Wheel's power would rise in all aspects, especially in terms of speed. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Fang Clan's GU immortals shouted from within the immortal GU house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts. They were all dog and chicken type. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this immortal GU house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog coop. 2 buildings were built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. Even though each immortal GU house took care of many aspects, they had their own specialties. Chicken dog coop and canary pavilion both focused on enslavement path. The former was good at enslaving chickens and dogs, while the latter was good at raising birds. Both were rank 7, they were at the same rank. Enslavement path's advantage was in battles of attrition. This large group of chickens and dogs charged over. Central Continent's outermost immortal GU houses reacted. They used all sorts of killer moves. The chickens and dogs wailed as they fell in large numbers. However, the Western Desert troops followed closely behind, charging forward to attack. At once, the immortal GU houses collided with each other, loud noises of collisions, and the sound of killer moves tearing through the air resounded, shaking the entire world. Western Desert's charge was very fierce. Central Continent's first layer of defense was soon broken. The second layer was also almost broken. They barely managed to hold on. Western Desert's manpower and immortal GU houses are still less than Central Continent's. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. In Southern Border, there was the Southern Alliance. The cooperation between the superforces was getting closer. Right now, the whole of Southern Border was filled with beacon towers. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven as the leader, and in recent years, Longevity Heaven had been actively recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, trying to unite the whole of Northern Plains' GU immortal world into one. In Eastern Sea, Duke Long had forcefully seized the immortal GU houses, causing all the rank 8 GU immortals in Eastern Sea to lose face. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were overlords of their own regions. They were people who looked down on the world. They had great ambitions. Duke Long had offended so many people at once, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to ally together. As for Western Desert, even though they realized the seriousness of the Celestial Court's restoration of Fate GU, only the superforces were truly involved. Fang Yuan did not see any lone immortals or demonic path members of Western Desert. And in this battle, Western Desert superforces have been very conservative in their input. Fang Clan has sent the most people. Fang Clan has brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bin Palace has been restored. Did they bring it here? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. Divine Bin Palace was a rank 8 immortal GU house. If it was brought here, it would be very interesting. But Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was small. Because even if Divine Bin Palace was in Fang Clan's hands, there was a high chance that they would leave it in their headquarters. In this refinement path convention, even if Western Desert and Eastern Sea's superforces mobilized their forces, they were rather conservative. They were wary of each other. Go, this way. Fang Yuan looked down from above, commanding by Ning Bing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest moved their immortal Jiyu houses, following the route that Fang Yuan pointed out. They ingeniously passed through the second layer of defense, charging towards Emperor City under the immortals' shocked gazes. But Emperor City was still under the protection of Central Continent's third layer of defense. Two immortal Jiyu houses charged towards Bai Ningbing and the rest from the left and right. The palace on the left was grand and beautiful. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal Jiyu house, Yuyang Palace. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal Jiyu house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest activated the killer moves of the immortal Jiyu house, but these killer moves were not powerful. Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their immortal Jiyu houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. "We cannot retreat," a Western Desert Rank 8 Jiyu immortal shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat. Fang Yuan's order was direct. This immortal Jiyu house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ningbing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 immortal Jiyu house, wind-sweeping building. This building was one of the two signature immortal Jiyu houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind-sweeping building and Passing Cloud Building could be combined to form the Rank 8 immortal Jiyu house Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of immortal Jiyu houses for a period of time. With wind-sweeping buildings obstruction, Yuyang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's immortal Jiyu house like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's immortal Jiyu house's roof tiles were blown away, the pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of mortal Jiyu were destroyed. Several immortal Jiyu were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor Killer Move. Chapter 1722. Boom. With a loud sound, heaven and earth changed. Wu Yong took the lead, leading the Southern Alliance Immortals to break the 5th formation and arrive at the 6th formation. In the 6th formation, it was pitch black with no end in sight. The deities of Southern Frontier were like ants in it. "This is a space path formation." A Luo clan Jiyu immortal suddenly spoke. He wore Southern Border's traditional clothing, his face was pale and his expression cold. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had great attainment. "That's right, this is a space path formation." Kai Chuyu nodded. "Let me deduce it first." The immortals had no objections. After entering the formation, it was not wise to act rashly. The most reliable method was to let the formation path Jiyu immortals deduce the profundities of the formation and target its flaws. They would be able to achieve great results with half the effort. After deducing for a while, Kai Chuyu said plainly, "I have already deduced most of this formation. It is the spaceless formation." Luo Ran heard this and frowned. "Even though I am not a formation path Jiyu cultivator, I have heard of the spaceless formation long ago. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created in the remote antiquity era. No one knew who the creator was. This formation only has one ability. It is to expand the distance and lengthen the route. After entering the formation, one step can be 100 steps." Kai Chuyu smiled. "Luo Ran is very knowledgeable. This is the spaceless formation. But this formation has already been modified. There is a layer of formation transformation hidden inside." Someone asked, "What transformation?" Kai Chuyu shook his head. "I cannot deduce it now, I can only sense it. But we can set off first. I can deduce it while we travel. According to the current situation, We can move forward freely, there is nothing wrong with it. The spaceless formation itself has no offensive power, it is only used to trap enemies and increase the distance between us, stalling for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce this layer of transformation and find the formation's flaws. If the celestial court attacks ahead of time, as long as we defend ourselves and let me see what kind of changes there are, it will be more helpful to my calculations. Kai Chu Yu's suggestion was very good. The immortals immediately set off and chose to fly forward. The void space formation had no light. It was a patch of black and deep. The Southern Alliance immortals protected Kai Chu Yu at the center while Wu Yong walked at the front. Look, there seems to be something ahead. Yarrow Clan GU immortal Yarrow Tian Zi suddenly spoke. The immortals slowed down and walked closer to take a closer look. A huge greenish-white radish, as big as a house, floated motionlessly in the air. What is this? It seems to be a primordial immortal herb. Yarrow Tianzi asked. The others all frowned. The thing in front of them was not something that could be seen normally. Wu Yong remained silent. A light flashed through his mind, as if he had seen the records of this immortal plant somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in his hurry. If I am not wrong, this should be a profound ice-light radish. It is an immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. It is already extinct. To think that the celestial court still held back. Qiaoji Cai said. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated wood path. Wu Yong's eyes shined. That's right, this is a profound ice-light radish. Everyone, be careful, don't get close. Once we get close, this radish can shoot out countless ice rays that can pierce every inch of our skin and organs, freezing them to death instantly. Qiaoji Cai continued to explain, yes. Don't underestimate the ice rays, they are formed from the ice and snow dow marks on the profound ice-light radish. After the ice rays shoot out, the profound ice-light radish will no longer have any dow marks on it, it will become a mortal material. Thus, this ice ray attack is not inferior to a rank 8 GU Immortal's immortal killer move. When the immortals heard this, they could not help but take a few steps back and raised their guard. But right at this time, a change occurred. Ripples appeared in the air, the formation activated as a huge force of space path erupted on a southern border GU Immortal. The southern border GU Immortal had already activated his defensive method, but the space path force did not break his defense. Instead, it teleported him away. The teleportation point was not somewhere else, it was right in front of the profound ice-light radish. The profound ice-light radish was like a frightened little girl, its body shrunk to a third of its original size. Then, at the next moment, boom! Hundreds of millions of ice needles shot out in all directions like a vast expanse of white. The southern border GU Immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but he only lasted for half a breath of time before he was pierced by the countless ice needles. Next, he froze into ice, becoming as hard as a stone statue. The southern border immortals were moved. The spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the GU Immortal inside. This was clearly the change that Kai Chu Yu had mentioned earlier. Together with the immemorial ice-light radish, it was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's face turned green. He led the Southern Alliance Immortals. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time he had lost a member, someone had truly died. Wu Yong thought anxiously, he wanted to find a way to deal with this. But right at this time, a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in the air, a formless space path power grabbed another Southern Alliance GU Immortal with great force. With me here, don't even think of using the same trick. At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an immortal GU. The immortal Gu's power spread in all directions, causing the surrounding space to freeze like ice. The Southern Alliance Immortals felt a strong restriction, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 Immortal GU suppress space. A rank 7 Immortal GU could not deal with this celestial court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space Immortal GU bought a few crucial seconds for the Southern Alliance GU Immortal, allowing him to leave the area. The spatial ripples created by the formation were like a monster opening its mouth, but it could not catch anything, it could only vanish regretfully. Luo Ran dispelled suppress space immortal goose power. The Southern Alliance immortals immediately felt the restriction disappear. They were free again. The situation was urgent. I suddenly activated suppress space immortal GU. This GU has a wide range of attacks. I have implicated you all. Luo Ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Well done. This is suppress space immortal GU. A good GU worm, it counters this formation. Kai Chu nodded, showing a gratified expression. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this GU from Earth Trench recently. To think that it could be used here. This shows that there is some form of providence in this world. All living beings in heaven and earth countered each other. There was never a strongest immortal GU, only invincible GU immortals. Celestial Court created this spatial movement formation. It had several rank 7 immortal GU and a vast number of mortal GU, but it was countered by suppress space immortal GU. With suppress space immortal GU, the Southern Alliance immortals no longer had to worry about entering the spatial movement formation. And because Celestial Court activated the formation, Kai Chu-Yu's deductions were greatly improved. A moment later, Kai Chu-Yu pointed out a loophole in the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Celestial Court's formation is vast and boundless, it will take a lot of effort to break it from the inside. If Lord Alliance leader uses this loophole to draw the unlimited wind outside, it will be easy to break this formation from the outside. Wu Yong used this loophole and easily sensed the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, intense winds blew and broke this formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance GU Immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 person, the Southern Alliance Immortals had high morale. This battle made the person in charge of the formation frown deeply. He had a heavy heart. This person wore a green robe. He looked like a young scholar, but his gaze was very old. He was already several thousand years old. He was none other than a Wood Path rank 8 great expert, the former first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, the current generation Genesis Lotus inheritor, Chen Yi. To think that the enemies were so fierce. Now, we only have 3 formations left. Chen Yi pondered for a while before saying to the person beside him, Kang Shui, why don't we join hands and fight outside? We can stall for time to set up the formation at the back. The female immortal beside him, by Kang Shui, was a GU immortal of Celestial Court. She had personally participated in the restoration of fate during the previous refinement path convention. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The 2 walked out of the formation. Wu Yong and the rest were bombarding the 7th formation, attempting to break it. Chen Yi cupped his fists at the Southern Border Immortals. Sages of Southern Border, I, Chen Yi of Celestial Court, am here. Who dares to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He waved his hand and let out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Rank 7 GU Immortals could not interfere in a battle between rank 8s, but if they entered the Immortal GU house, they would barely have the qualifications to fight. BA Clan's first Supreme Elder BA Shi BA laughed loudly. Old man Chen Yi, it is not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me fight you. Wait. Don't fall for their trap, let's attack together. Wu Yong sneered as he gave the order. If Wu Duxiu were here, she would accept Chen Yi's challenge and attack alone. But Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu were 2 different kinds of people. How could an ambitious person like him give up on a chance to gang up on others? Immediately, Wu Yong took the lead. Several Southern Border rank 8s and rank 7 GU Immortals behind him charged forward with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Chen Yi and Bai Kang Shui were surrounded but they did not panic. Bai Kang Shui pushed with her palms, a huge pale white wave pressed down from above. Wu Yong's body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as he vanished. BA Shi BA faced the huge wave and roared. His aura surged as a mystical light shined on the huge wave. Next, Yi Hao Fang's wings flapped, countless feathers weaved into a rain of arrows, piercing the wave and shooting towards Bai Kang Shui and Chen Yi. Good timing. Chen Yi smiled. He did not move at all but the illusion of countless trees appeared around him. Yi Hao Fang's arrow rain shot deep into the forest, only causing the trees to shake and leaves to rustle. Chen Yi's aura surged. He was about to counterattack when his expression changed. Wu Yong's figure appeared. He was behind Chen Yi. He has such a concealment method. The invisible person I sensed was actually another illusion he left behind. Chen Yi was shocked by Wu Yong's method. At the crucial moment, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt his shoulder being patted by Wu Yong. You and I are like old friends, but you are leaving. We are about to part. Good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even though Chen Yi had lived for thousands of years and had rich experiences, he was pale with fright. He screamed internally, "This is immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. My celestial court could not find it after searching for so long, but it was actually in Wu Yong's hands." Next, Chen Yi lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. "Save me!" Chen Yi screamed internally, but he could not shout. He could not move, he could not use any methods. Chapter 1723. Celestial Court. The sky that was originally filled with white light was shining with 7-colored aurora lights. A huge immortal Gu house was floating in the sky. What an amazing immortal Gu house! It was a round altar with 3 floors. It was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar. The white jade railings were shining with aurora lights. It was the rank 8 luck path immortal Gu house, Calamity Luck Altar. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal personally created it. It was one of the 3 immortal Gu houses he controlled. Calamity Luck Altar was originally the foundation to suppress Longevity Heaven, but this time, when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court, it was mobilized. Such a move showed Longevity Heaven's confidence in obtaining it. This made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals somewhat worried. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn expression at this moment. However, his gaze was not focused on the Calamity Luck Altar, but on the rainbow-colored lights blossoming in the sky. Duke Long said solemnly, "With just Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals cannot break in directly. This layer of 7-colored aurora lights is indeed rank 9, it should be the work of Giant Sun Immortal." Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle was stunned before a look of realization appeared on her face. According to Celestial Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal had once been invited to Celestial Court. Is this the method he secretly left behind? It should be, Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal is truly crafty and crafty. He had long planned to scheme against Celestial Court. His scheme was so profound. The Venerables of the past all had great wisdom. They cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal possesses luck path methods. He had left behind some clues in the dark. Even my Celestial Court did not know about it. Duke Long shook his head and sighed. His emotions were a little complicated. Back then, when Giant Sun became Venerable, it was luck path that interfered with Fate Gu greatly. At that time, the leader of the Celestial Court, the Golden Hooped Immortal, specially invited Giant Sun to visit the Celestial Court for the sake of the world. On the surface, he announced to the world that he wanted to invite Giant Sun to join the Celestial Court. After some consideration, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and entered the Celestial Court. The Golden Hooped Great Immortal personally guided the Giant Sun Immortal. Along the way, he brought him to visit the important places in the Celestial Court, especially the place where the Wuji, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus Demon Venerables fought and stopped. Giant Sun Immortal suggested to go and see Fate Gu. Golden Hooped Great Immortal did not refuse. He brought Giant Sun to Heaven Overseeing Tower to see Fate Gu. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent. Finally, when he left the Celestial Court, he said that he needed to consider the matter of joining the court. This experience, as well as the conversation between Giant Sun and the Golden Hooped Great Immortal, was clearly recorded in the historical records of the Celestial Court. The power of rank 9 is unfathomable. Giant Sun Immortal tampered with it back then. It is not strange that we only discovered it now. After all, he cultivates luck path. Our Celestial Court has too little understanding of luck path. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even placed a spy in the Celestial Court. He is now trapped. Giant Sun Immortal has already died, only Calamity Luck Altar and a group of Northern Plains GU Immortals came to attack. How can our great celestial court be easily toppled? Old man Zheng Yuan's voice resounded in the hall. Fairy Myrtle nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 immortal GU house, it was once Giant Sun Immortal's item. It is a pity that Prince's Impatience did not join us this time, otherwise, we would have learned of Longevity Heaven's plan in advance. More importantly, how many troops are hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I don't think there are too many. Because we did not receive any information regarding Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's sneak attack plan. Longevity Heaven was able to hide it so well, it is clearly very conservative, the information is limited to only a few people. Fairy Myrtle analyzed quickly. You are right, that is likely to be the case. Duke Long nodded slightly, even though he stood up from his seat, his hands were behind his back, he did not go to battle, he was waiting for something. Almost at the next moment, the whole of the celestial court shook intensely. With a loud sound, it was like the roar of a gale, it swept through everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Old Man Zheng Yuan were not surprised, they showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable has activated. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, the GU Immortals of Longevity Heaven were not surprised. This was already described in the information left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Even without Giant Sun Immortal's description, Longevity Heaven had several demon venerable true inheritances. Be it Reckless Savage or Limitless, they were both Northern Plainsmen. Longevity Heaven also had a lot of information about them attacking the Celestial Court. This is the Chi Wall Killer move. The Chi Wall Killer move is very ordinary, but Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was very skilled in it when he was young, he loved it very much. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall Killer move also rose to rank 9 level. The GU Immortals of Longevity Heaven discussed as they controlled Calamity Luck Altar to bombard the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the surrounding air, it was like a formless fortress, only when it was bombarded heavily would it explode and return to its original state. But soon, it condensed again, forming a formless giant wall. In the whole of the Celestial Court, all the air was condensed to resist the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for the members of the Celestial Court, when they moved, the Chi Wall would return to its original state, there was no obstruction. After the GU Immortals of Longevity Heaven tried for a while, they were secretly shocked. As expected of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, an ordinary Chi Wall Killer move has rank 9 power in Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's hands, it is even sturdier than the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Then what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster's expression was unsightly, he was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven not long ago, he had just learned that they were going to attack the Celestial Court a few days ago. 5 Elements Grandmaster's worry was reasonable, because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the Chi Wall along the way. That way, the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke Long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move, they had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Chi Path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Chi Path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life, it has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables, it already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables, attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this Chi Wall Killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths, these 3 paths are the weakest parts of the Chi Wall, they cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief, so that's it. Next, he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time, in Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the Chi Wall killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since longevity heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the Chi Wall. It is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity. The path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Dao Lake, and finally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's path of invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Tsinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar carried several GU immortals of Longevity Heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Chi Wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply. The Chi Wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's GU immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They chose the left path. Chapter 1724. The Left Flank. This was the path that the limitless demonic lord had created in the Celestial Court 1,000,000 years ago. The starting point was the Central Heaven Gate, the Nameplate Palace, the Sun Palace, the 5 Deity Palace, the Central Great Hall, the Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Forgotten Dao Lake, and finally the Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Celestial Court was illuminated by a brilliant light. There were many palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was beautiful and magnificent. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with a crushing momentum. The Celestial Court, which had been silent for countless years, finally welcomed the flames of war. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster looked down from above, constantly observing. He was tongue-tied, he was visibly moved. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined that all the buildings here are immortal GU houses. Even if most of them are rank 6 immortal GU houses, Celestial Court's foundation is too terrifying. Hanako, one of the North Desolation immortals, giggled. Little 5, this is the Celestial Court. In the ancient era, it was created 3,000,000 years ago, and it had stood until today. Even though Fate GU was damaged, it was still the #1 force in the world. With such accumulation, it's not strange for such a grand scene to exist. The layout of these palaces you see is the creation of the remote antiquity era Celestial Court's rank 8 refiner. After that, the Eagle God, Aunt Lan, Old Lord Huang Ting, Uncle Feng, Immortal Concubine Quan Miao, and others carried on the past and opened up a path for the future. In this palace, all the immortal GU houses are one, they can support each other. At the same time, these palaces can also be dismantled and upgraded individually. It's very convenient. However, you don't have to overestimate the Celestial Court. These immortal GU house palaces are mostly rank 6, and most importantly, they only specialize in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the immortal GU houses of the outside world. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded in understanding. I understand, if I want to take care of everything, I will need to expend even more immortal GU and a vast number of mortal GU. The Celestial Court thought highly of themselves. Other than the 3 demon lords who had attacked them, no one else had ever invaded them. Therefore, there was no need for them to invest so much into it. After all, these immortal GU house palaces stay in Celestial Court all year round and have no external use. Speaking up to this point, the 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly laughed out loud. I see. Our attack on the celestial court also caught them off guard. This was a loophole in their thinking. Interesting, interesting. Other than the 3 demon lords, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would attack the celestial court. Even if I die here, with this experience, my life will not be in vain. The 5 Elements Grandmaster was brimming with heroic spirit. He was naturally a Northern Plainsman, even though he had been a rank 8 GU immortal for many years. The nature of Northern Plainsmen had never changed. The people of Northern Plains were proud of their bravery, and ashamed of living an ignoble life. To them, dying on the battlefield was the greatest glory and destination. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward and finally reached Central Heaven Gate. This giant gate was as lofty as a small mountain. The golden glaze on the front of the gate shone brightly, and the gate pillars were tall and thick. The plaque on the gate shone with the light of precious jade. This is the Central Heaven Gate. This seems to be an information path immortal GU house. The 5 Elements Grandmaster looked around and pondered. That's right, the new members of the Celestial Court have always been elites from the 10 great ancient sects. These rank 8 elites have to pass the Central Heaven Gates test to enter the Celestial Court. The Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gate's entrance was tightly shut, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar's path. Central Great Hall. Duke Long asked. Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path immortal GU house, but it is very weak in terms of offense and defense. It will not be able to stop us or delay us. How many golden pearls do we have left? Fairy Myrtle immediately answered, only about 3,600. Duke Long nodded. Take them all out and send them over to assist Central Heaven Gate in defending. I believe Longevity Heaven definitely has a backup plan for this attack. Northern Plainsmen are brave, but that does not mean they are reckless. We need to deal with the situation by staying calm and stall for time. As long as Fate GU is repaired, all our efforts and sacrifices will be worth it. Yes, Lord. Fairy Myrtle received the order and immediately controlled Central Great Hall. Central Great Hall was the center of all the immortal GU houses in Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle used Central Great Hall to open Celestial Court's treasury and take out all the golden pearls. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, sharp whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. The golden pearls rained down like a torrential rain, shining with golden light and shining brilliantly. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate. Central Heaven Gate could not hold on any longer. Cracks started to spread on the door. The golden pearls hit Calamity Luck Altar, producing crisp sounds that lingered in the ears. Calamity Luck Altar did not move. There was not a single crack on it. The power of the golden pearls had just shown itself. The golden pearls turned into giant soldiers. They were all wearing armor that covered their entire bodies. It was pitch black under the helmets. Only 2 eyes could be seen, shining with dazzling golden light. They were holding weapons like axes, knives, forks, and so on. Soon, the golden pearl soldiers covered Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Sparks flew. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. In order to defend, its immortal essence expenditure increased. What is this? Shock flashed across 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast, but they have no vitality. It seems to be an immortal killer move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, a metal path great expert appeared in Celestial Court. He was known as Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch. These golden pearls are his signature killer move, a unique method. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady covered her mouth as she giggled. Celestial Court only sent these golden pearls. I did not see Duke Long or Fairy Myrtle. It seems that they want to defend and stall for time until Fate GU is repaired. Bull Demon nodded. This is a wise tactic. Celestial Court might be huge, but there are only a few rank 8 GU immortals who are awake. The battlefield outside is also diverting a lot of Celestial Court's battle strength. Then we need to hurry. Flower Lady's eyes shined brightly. Bull Demon said solemnly, "Let me do it." Saying so, he concentrated and started to manipulate Calamity Luck Altar. Bull Demon activated a method. Calamity Luck Altar shone with a dazzling radiance. Within the radiance, auspicious clouds appeared, pushing the golden pearl soldiers away. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar smashed through Central Heaven Gate. Longevity Heaven's group did not slaughter these golden pearl soldiers, they did not kill the Central Heaven Gate that was mostly destroyed, they continued to charge. This was a battle of offense and defense, it was also a battle of time. Since Celestial Court wanted to stall for time, Longevity Heaven's group naturally had to oppose them, they could not let Celestial Court get what they wanted. As they fought, even though there were golden pearl soldiers blocking them, they could not shake Calamity Luck Altar's momentum. Soon, Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals reached Name Plaque Palace. But what they saw was the scene of Name Plaque Palace flying far away. Celestial Court actually took the initiative to move this Name Plaque Palace away. Five Elements Grandmaster was joyful and suspicious. Bing Sai Chuan said solemnly, "This is also an information path Immortal GU house, there are name plaques inside that have people's names written on them. These people have formed a huge information network for Celestial Court that covers the whole 5 regions." Five Elements Grandmaster was surprised. Doesn't that mean as long as we break into this place, we can expose Celestial Court's information network? No wonder Celestial Court wants to move this palace at all costs. Five Elements Grandmaster felt it was a pity. Celestial Court's information network was extremely huge, it covered the whole of the 5 regions. Even though other forces tried to gather information outside the regions, in terms of scale and ability, they could not compare to Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the 10 great ancient sects as its subordinates, it had ruled Central Continent for countless years, thus it could always choose suitable people and nurture them into elites before sending them out on a large scale. As for the other 4 regions, Longevity Heaven and the Southern Alliance had only made a move recently, they were trying to take over their own regions. As for the other superclans, even if they sent people out, it was nothing compared to Celestial Court's actions. Forget it. It was within our expectations that the nameplate palace would fly away. Without its obstruction, we can save a lot of time, let's continue. Bing Sai Chuan ordered. Sun Palace. Calamity Luck Altar soon arrived at the 3rd round. Sun Palace let out a hot radiance that forced people to close their eyes. The light in the vicinity of the palace was distorted. Waves of extreme heat surged over. Longevity Heaven's group was inside Calamity Luck Altar, but they could feel the intense heat, burning their bodies and minds. The Immortals tried to activate Calamity Luck Altar, wanting to charge over. But before they got close, Calamity Luck Altar's surface started to melt, a vast number of mortal GU were burnt to ashes. Sun Palace was so strong that even Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. It was the light path that controlled the whole of Celestial Court, it had several light path rank 8s as the core, its defense was very weak, even weaker than Central Heaven Gate, but Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar stayed in the air as killer moves were activated one after another, attacking Sun Palace from afar. But all the killer moves were melted by the endless light and heat waves when they reached Sun Palace. This round is going to be difficult, unfortunately, we do not have light path or dark path people here. Five Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. No worries. Bull Demon said, Sun Palace is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, as long as we get inside, we can easily destroy it. Let me do it. Okay, let's go together. Flower Lady was lying on his shoulder, giggling without a trace of nervousness. Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He knew how dangerous this was, the light outside was too intense, without any defenses, even rank 8 GU Immortals would not last long before melting like candles. Isn't this too risky? We can think of other methods. Five Elements Grandmaster said after considering his tone. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head, speed is crucial in war, go. He controlled Calamity Luck Altar to attack, opening a path for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull Demon and Flower Lady flew out with astonishing speed, they were about to enter Sun Palace. Wishful thinking. Fairy Myrtle, who was in Central Great Hall, snickered as Sun Palace's power surged. Oh no! Five Elements Grandmaster cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that blocked the light for Bull Demon. The ox demon let out a tragic roar as he smashed through the gates of the Sun Palace and charged in. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim as she said bitterly, Sun Palace was also destroyed. As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the sky of Celestial Court turned dark. In the ruins, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse with both hands, his expression was cold as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar. Sun Palace was destroyed, Longevity Heavens Group also paid the price. Flower Lady was sacrificed. Looking at the silent ox demon, the Five Elements' Great Master wanted to comfort it. However, he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were known as North Desolation Immortals, they were inseparable and had a close relationship. Right now, one was sacrificed while the other survived, this was a deep and painful feeling. Even though Flower Lady was dead, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time, she turned into countless flower petals that fell to the ground, leaving behind a small flower. Bull Demon placed this flower in his hair carefully, his actions were gentle, it was a stark contrast to his cold and tough appearance. Continue. Bull Demon turned around and faced the front again. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar continued to charge under Bing Sichuan's control. Chapter 1725. After Sun Palace was destroyed, Five Deity Hall was next. And after Five Deity Hall, it was the central Great Hall where Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest were at. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals attacked ferociously, they did not care about sacrifices, the Celestial Court's Immortals felt pressure. We cannot let them continue. Duke Long turned to look at Fairy Myrtle. Have you brought them over? Fairy Myrtle had an ugly expression, only two. Duke Long was slightly stunned before realizing, Kang Xianzi must have not moved. Forget it, back then, he agreed to move into Celestial Court, he had already made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. With their strength, these two should be able to stop Calamity Luck Altar for a while. Five Deity Hall was already in sight, suddenly, sand surged and formed into a huge sand wave, blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Roar. A tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The sand wave split to two sides, revealing a huge striped tiger the size of a hill. The tiger's aura was overwhelming, its body seemed to be made of metal, it had golden skin and silver teeth, its eyes were like sparkling rubies, shining with a fierce light. The tiger's forehead did not have the word king, but the word sand. Five Elements Grandmaster looked back and was shocked. Celestial Court also has a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Of course. Bing Sichuan had a plain expression. Celestial Court has 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. This huge beast looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger, it is a baleful puppet. This is a monster formed from a fiendish Qi-Si spring. Now that Qi path is declining, the fiendish Qi-Si spring is extinct, there is only one baleful puppet left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Celestial Court's Qi path great expert, 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch, nurtured it. After 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch became rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish Qi-Si springs and refining baleful puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 baleful puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These baleful puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves, they had countless uses, almost no one could stop them in that era. But now, this is the only one left. This Shabi was one of the last few to be refined. It was number 95. Later on, Ancestor Giant Sun was invited to the Celestial Court and saw this Shabi, he named it Shabi 95. So there's such a connection. No wonder Milord is so familiar with these matters. Five Elements Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh. He looked behind him, only to see Shabi 95 stirring up a storm of yellow sand as it fought against Calamity Luck Altar. The commotion was shocking, it displayed peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sichuan continued to analyze. Shabi 95 is residing in the Eternal Sand Cave, it was sent here by the Celestial Court. The Green Jade Crane Wan Dan will probably come as well. I'm afraid Kang Xianzi won't participate in the battle. Five Elements Grandmaster asked. Wan Dan and Kang Xianzi are the remaining 2 legendary primordial beasts. At the same time, he was perplexed. Why was Bing Sichuan so sure that Kang Xianzi would not participate in the battle? Could it be that the heavenly court had planted a spy here? Bing Sichuan said, "That's right. Ruan Dan is an immemorial green jade crane. It was nurtured by CraneGate. It created its own pill path and spends most of its time cultivating in the celestial court. And Kang Xianzi is that vast heaven vine. This vine has vast power and endless uses. It takes 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit it bears is called the vast heaven fruit. When melted in the grotto heaven, it can enlarge the sky of the immortal aperture. Thus, the vast heaven vine is called the 10th heaven of the world. The 10th heaven of the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. He suddenly realized as he pointed to his left, is that the huge vine pillar that stretches into the sky? The celestial court was filled with palaces. There was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth. It was even taller than the heaven overseeing tower behind the central Great Hall. It was extremely conspicuous. When 5 Elements Grandmaster barged into the celestial court, he noticed it immediately. That's right. The vast heaven vine was personally brought here by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is a special existence in the celestial court. It does not need to listen to orders. It only needs to contribute a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this and felt that his horizons were broadened. He had never thought that there would be a legendary immemorial desolate plant that did not need to listen to the celestial court. But after thinking about it, he understood. The vast heaven vine's effect was too unique. It was unique in the world. With these vast heaven fruits, the celestial court could continuously expand the sky of the immortal aperture. It could greatly strengthen its foundation. Rather than saying that the vast heaven vine did not need to listen to the celestial court, more accurately, the celestial court wanted to make use of it, so they tolerated it. At this moment, Central Great Hall. No. Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. This calamity luck altar is fake. Oh. Duke Long raised his eyebrows. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of Central Great Hall. She had been using layers of palaces and countless immortal GU houses to pay attention to Central Continent. She was naturally very vigilant towards the situation in the celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not be used. Fairy Myrtle activated the other immortal GU houses and shot out a rainbow light. The rainbow light tore through the sky and hit Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was dazed for a moment before revealing its true form. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. Its body was huge. It was even larger than Shabi. It looked like a ferret. Its body was covered in glossy purple fur. Its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like luster. There was a dogtail behind it. Ah! You were finally discovered, you idiots of the celestial court. Ha ha ha! The purple ferret laughed loudly as it mocked. You are Giant Sun Immortal's dog-tail life continuation ferret, Maro Li Chio? Shabi 95 was very shocked. It spoke in a human voice. The purple ferret's expression turned grim. Its body moved like a purple lightning bolt. There was a loud bang. Sand flew. The dog-tail life extending ferret pressed down on Shabi. It bared its teeth with a ruthless expression as it said in a deep voice, "Remember, call me Grandpa Mao." Shabi 95 was furious. It growled, "In terms of age, I am your grandpa." It struggled with all its might, but the dog-tail life-extending ferret did not budge. Shabi 95's heart shook. How can this beast have such terrifying strength? But do you think I will be so easily restrained? Ha ha ha, stupid cat and silly ferret, you are a good pair, you are having a good fight. Right at this time, laughter could be heard from the sky above the two beasts. The dog-tail life-extending ferret raised its head. It saw that a GU immortal was sitting on a cloud, looking at it and Shabi as he laughed. The dog-tail life-extending ferret's puzzled expression flashed for a moment before realization flashed in its eyes. So you are that green jade crane, why are you acting like a bird? Come down, Grandpa Marrow will teach you a lesson and make you become a bird again. The laughter stopped, and the green jade crane flew into a rage. What a ferret! Let me, your master, rip off your fur. Just as it was about to descend, the green jade crane's body stopped. It turned out that it had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's order to not fight with the dogtail life-extending ferret, Maro Li Chio, and to go to 5 Deity Hall to guard it. Even though the true Calamity Luck Altar had not shown itself yet, its path was confirmed. The green jade crane received the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow suddenly shrouded the area in front of it. It raised its head and its pupils shrunk. Maro Li Chio had flown into the sky, its mountain-like body compressed the air and pressed down on the green jade crane. The green jade crane screamed and quickly turned back to its original form. It flapped its wings and was about to escape the shadow. But at the next moment, Maro Li Chio's 2 claws grabbed the green jade crane's legs. "Come down." The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed sinisterly as it pulled with its strong front limbs. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon found out in despair that all its efforts were futile. With a loud sound, the green jade crane was thrown to the ground, creating a deep pit. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing. It exclaimed in its mind, "This Northern Plains barbarian has such great strength." The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Maro Li Chio had already pounced on it again. Immediately, dust flew everywhere, rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane screamed continuously, "Ah, scoundrel, don't tear my feathers. Ah, wild beast, don't bite my leg. Don't slap my elegant neck. Bastard. My neck is going to break, it's going to break. Ah, my leg is going to break, my leg is going to break." Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sai Chuan. Finally, the green jade crane's screams reached a peak. "Silly cat, what are you doing? Aren't you coming to help? Ha ha ha, weren't you enjoying the show earlier? You too can play slowly, I won't mess with you anymore." Sharby 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Palace. "Where are you going?" Maro Li Chio sneered, its body swayed as a clone flew out and pounced on Sharby 95. "We are all males, what are you trying to do by pouncing on us?" Sharby 95 was furious. This sentence resonated with the green jade crane. It screamed in the dust, "That's right. If you have the guts, let us go. Ah, don't kick me between my legs. You scoundrel." Sharby 95 was very angry. It liked the action of pouncing on the ground. But it liked to be on the top. If it was on the bottom, it would be a great humiliation. Sharby 95 was pinned to the ground by Maro Li Chio's clone. Its face was twisted in anger as it bared its teeth. "A mere clone wants to stop me, aren't you underestimating, eh?" At the next moment, Sharby 95's expression was dazed. It even had a trace of shock. Is this the main body or a clone? Why is it so strong? In Central Great Hall, Duke Long noticed something. This seems to be, because of Maro Li Chio's full effort, Calamity Luck Altar managed to gain some time and arrived at 5 Deity Palace. I have already explained the profundities of 5 Deity Palace to you. The rest is up to you. Bing Sai Chuan said to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked behind him worriedly. Can Grandpa Maro do it? How long can it last? Don't worry, it is using perfect pair killer move. This is a method of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable that my longevity Heaven painstakingly collected. It can summon a clone that has the same battle strength as the main body. Bing Sai Chuan's lips curled up. I understand. 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light as he stared at 5 Deity Palace. 5 Deity Palace shook intensely. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements giant spirits formed and charged at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a profound light that shot 5 Elements Grandmaster into 5 Deity Palace. Chapter 1726. Bam bam bam. After a series of explosions, 5 Deity Hall was blown to smithereens by the blazing flames. 5 Elements Grandmaster stepped on the void, walking out step by step. Even though his face was covered in soot, he was unharmed. Calamity Luck Altar took him in. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Even though this 5 Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am familiar with its principles, I can counter it with my methods. This trip was much easier than I had expected. As he spoke, a sense of contentment could be seen. Bing Sai Chuan glanced at him and said plainly, "Of course. That is because the formation path method you used was set up by me. Ancestor Giant Sunday 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he stared at Bing Sai Chuan. What do you mean? Bing Sai Chuan looked at him. A smile with deep meaning appeared in his eyes. Why do you think you were able to enter longevity heaven? Aren't there a few most important sentences in your inheritance? Do you still remember them? Don't you find them very strange? Why don't you reverse the order and only read the last words of each sentence? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He was a lone cultivator. The turning point of his life was when he inherited a mysterious lone immortal's formation path true inheritance. That was why he had his current accomplishments. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I have been training hard and keeping it a secret. How did Bing Sai Chuan know the contents, and how did he know the most important mantra in the true inheritance? I have never understood the meaning of this mantra. Reverse the order and read the last words of each sentence. I heard Bing Sai Chuan attack the celestial court? 5 Elements Grandmaster gasped, looking at Bing Sai Chuan with a dumbfounded expression. Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward as he said slowly, even if rank 9 Venerables do not cultivate Wisdom Path, at their level, they would be able to comprehend by analogy. It is not hard for them to leave behind all sorts of plans to influence the future. Back then, after Ancestor Giant Sun toured the Celestial Court, he made a plan for this attack. How to cleverly destroy 5 Deity Hall was one of the contents. It's just that if he wanted to openly develop a method, he would definitely leave behind traces that would be discovered by the Celestial Court. Therefore, he secretly left behind his legacy, completely severing it from the longevity heaven. They would not interfere with each other, and would be independent of each other, allowing rogue cultivators to inherit it. Because you do not have Giant Sun's bloodline, even though you cultivated to rank 8, the Celestial Court did not expect your methods to counter 5 Deity Hall. And they won't easily associate it with our plan to raid the Celestial Court. Saying this, Bing Sai Chuan paused for a moment before continuing. Venerable One, this huge battle surrounding Fate GU is far more complicated than you imagine. Ordinary rank 6 and 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. Rank 8 GU immortals were basically pawns. Some of the rank 8s were watching from the side. They had sensed something and knew their own limits. Some are involved, but they don't know the real situation. The true face of this war is the fight between the immortal Venerables and demon Venerables. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. He muttered, fighting across space, a fight between Venerables. In the history of humanity, 10 Venerables appeared one after another. Each Venerable was invincible in their own era. They were at the peak of human history. They were the greatest pride. Bing Sai Chuan revealed the truth. 5 Elements Grandmaster's body and mind shook intensely. He could not help but feel his own insignificance. His earlier pride and smugness had vanished without a trace. Bing Sai Chuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster's shocked expression. He consoled, but don't worry, among the Venerables, Ancestor Giant Sun loved his descendants and subordinates the most. Lord Ancestor even had a nickname. He was known as the Protective Immortal Venerable. The Venerables of the past have made arrangements. They want to use their influence at this crucial moment. But after being eroded by the river of time, most of these arrangements have already changed. Rank 9 Venerables cannot calculate everything. They will make mistakes. Many arrangements have become completely different because of the vicissitudes of time. Most of these arrangements were discovered by Venerables later on. They were modified. And after Genesis Lotus and Thieving Heaven, Ancestor Giant Sun is only followed by Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. The Venerables who were at the back naturally had a greater advantage in this aspect. Our surprise attack on the heavenly courts this time was like a hot knife cutting through butter along the way. This shows the clues. Bing Sai Chuan's words caused 5 Elements Grandmaster to be stunned. Bing Sai Chuan chuckled lightly. So, what can Duke Long do? Can he compare to Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements? You don't need to worry too much. You need to have confidence in winning. This time, my longevity heaven will definitely obtain Fate GU. Obtain Fate GU? At this moment, 5 Elements Grandmaster finally understood why longevity heaven attacked Celestial Court. That's right. Bing Sai Chuan nodded, admitting it openly. There was no need to hide it now. Celestial Court came to snatch our fortune rivaling Heaven GU, why can't we snatch their fate GU? Why is Celestial Court the number one force of humanity? Among them, Fate GU plays a crucial role. If our longevity Heaven obtains it, we will definitely be able to become the number one force of humanity. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the approaching Calamity Luck altar with a solemn expression. They are coming. At the side, Old Man Zhang Yuan was also deeply worried. Even though Central Great Hall was the center of the immortal GU house, its defense was very weak. Who could have thought that the Central Great Hall of Celestial Court would be attacked by enemies? Even though this Central Great Hall had once been attacked by 3 demon venerables and was even destroyed. But Celestial Court's GU immortals concluded that they did not strengthen the defense. Because against venerables, no matter how strong Central Great Hall's defense was, it could not block them, there was no need to do so. Looking at it now, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal traveled Celestial Court, he had probably seen through this weakness. Longevity Heaven's sudden attack caught Celestial Court unprepared, Fairy Myrtle and the rest fell into a passive state. It seems that the true weakness is not the weakness in defense, but the weakness in thinking. Fairy Myrtle expressed her thoughts, but she suddenly went into a daze. I seem to have missed out on something important. What is it? How much longer until Fate GU is completely repaired? Right at this time, Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle controlled Central Great Hall and understood the situation inside Refinement Cauldron's formation. Her mood became heavier as she answered, at least 6 hours. 6 hours. Duke Long was slightly happy inwardly. My lifespan is almost up, but Heaven has taken pity on me. 6 hours is not a long time. I will be able to see Fate GU completely repaired. Let me do the rest. Fairy Myrtle said worriedly, Lord Duke Long, your injuries have not, even though Celestial Court tried their best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries were still there. This was the result of the joint attack of Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU immortals. Duke Long could not heal him in a short period of time. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am about to die, some injuries do not matter. Moreover, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. At the final moment of my life, who in the 5 regions can match me? He had an indifferent expression, but he revealed absolute confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a giant beast as it charged towards Central Great Hall. The air was torn apart, intense winds howled. If it collided, Central Great Hall would definitely turn into ruins. But right at this time, a tiny figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of it. Duke Long. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. Crush him. Bull Demon said. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar, which was like a small mountain, suddenly stopped in mid-air. And it was blocked by a dragon claw. Duke Long floated in the air, his body did not move. His right hand had already turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar, preventing it from advancing any further. This 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Bull Devil's expression also turned pale. He actually managed to block Calamity Luck Altar so easily by himself. Unbelievable. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Crack crack, the dragon claw exerted force, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar's surface. Cracks started to spread from the dragon claw. Calamity Luck Altar quickly let out a dazzling light as it prepared an immortal killer move, bombarding the nearby Duke Long. Within the flames of the explosion, Duke Long's figure stood tall. Roar roar roar, a surging aura burst out from his body. These auras condensed into long dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, suppressing it. What method is this? Duke Long did not use it in the Battle of Eastern Sea. Bull Demon narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he muttered, there are no invincible immortal GU, only invincible GU immortals. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked again. The Dragon Chi killer move had immense power. 5 Elements Grandmaster was clear that if he faced it personally, he would not be able to last more than 2 or 3 rounds. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal GU house, but it was suppressed by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's group was close to victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right in front of them, but because of Duke Long's obstruction, victory became an unreachable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was like a heavenly chasm, an impregnable fortress. We are both rank 8s, why is the gap so huge? Lord Bing Sai Chuan, what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster was at a loss. The gap between them could not be bridged with bravery. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at Bing Sai Chuan, but Bing Sai Chuan had vanished. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sai Chuan suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. The time path killer move that he had prepared for a long time was unleashed, hitting the back of Duke Long's head. Success! Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move at all. A surge of dragon chi shot out with a loud dragon roar. The dragon mouth bit onto Bing Sai Chuan as it rose up and restrained him in the air. Bing Sai Chuan relied on his own defense to hold on while using killer moves to break the dragon chi restriction. But all his efforts ended in failure. Dragon chi was not indestructible, but its recovery speed was too fast. You are clearly injured. This is not your normal battle strength. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. How do you understand the profundity of my heavenly dragon's last stand? Duke Long glanced at Bing Sai Chuan plainly before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was already filled with cracks. It was surrounded by countless dragon chi auras, pressuring and killing large numbers of GU worms. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this situation continued, Calamity Luck Altar would only be destroyed. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Let me out, I would rather die in battle at Duke Long's hands than die here. Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly laughed sinisterly. I am not your match, but so what? I still have a trump card. Please, Limitless, turn around. Chapter 1727. A million years ago. Olden Antiquity Era. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court. He charged forward. Celestial Court's GU Immortals disregarded their own safety and blocked him with all their strength. Limitless Demon Venerable walked leisurely. None of Celestial Court's GU Immortals could match him. They suffered heavy casualties. Central Heaven Gate was destroyed. Nameplaque Palace could not even fly away. Sun Palace and 5 Deity Hall were as fragile as paper in front of Limitless Demon Venerable. They were like a joke. Finally, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived at Central Great Hall, Celestial Court shook. Star constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's backup plan 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable was trapped in the formation. He broke through 100 formations before escaping. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Star Constellation, we are both venerables. You painstakingly arranged all sorts of methods to restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Now that we are in a life and death situation, so what if you left behind many methods? You want to stop a living GU Venerable? This idea would definitely not come to fruition. Rank 9 Venerables are invincible in the current world. Only Venerables of the same level can deal with them. Star Constellations will smiled bitterly. She actually opened up a path to the inside of Heaven Overseeing Tower. How can I not know what you are saying? But I have to try, otherwise, how can I be willing to give up? Please come in. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyebrows rose. You are not going to stop me? Star Constellations will said calmly. Since I cannot stop you, why bother? Limitless Demon Venerable, since you want to destroy Fate GU, let me accompany you. The Limitless Demon Sovereign was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his sharp face. Interesting. He said softly, accompanied by Star Constellation's will. He entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. He walked to the top of the tower and saw Fate GU. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable walked out of the tower. What made the heavily injured Celestial Court GU Immortals shocked was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate GU. Fate GU was still perfectly preserved in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what Star Constellations will discussed with Limitless Demon Venerable. In short, the Limitless Demon Sovereign's expression was still cold, but there seemed to be a thin layer of anger hidden in his eyes. He looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the Celestial Court's GU Immortals shuddered. Their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, limitless demon Venerable's gaze landed on star constellation's will. HMPH, primordial origin immortal Venerable, star constellation immortal Venerable, the two of you definitely left behind more methods and arrangements than this, right? Are you looking down on me? Bring them all out, I want to have a good look. The will of the constellation sighed bitterly. But since the limitless demonic Venerable challenged her, she had no choice but to comply. Thus, the bloody battle resumed. Celestial Court's GU immortals died and were sacrificed under limitless demon Venerable's hands. Wherever the limitless demon Venerable went, he would leave behind a pool of blood and corpses. The star constellations will followed behind him, calmly witnessing his slaughter. The forgotten Tao Lake's water had already been dyed blood red. The limitless demon Venerable squinted his eyes. This round of slaughter made him feel delighted. At this moment, he looked at the waves on the surface of the lake and asked, "What lake is this?" Forgotten Tao Lake. Forgotten Tao Lake. As the name suggests, it is a good lake, a good lake. It would be a pity if I destroyed it, so be it. Limitless demon Venerable's interest suddenly waned. Forgotten Tao, who can forget Tao? After a moment of silence, star constellations will said, "Limitless demon Venerable, it is rare for you to come to Celestial Court, why don't you take a look around?" Limitless demon Venerable looked at star constellations will deeply. "Are you not afraid that I will destroy your Celestial Court?" Star constellations will's tone was still calm. "You cannot destroy the Celestial Court. Not to mention when the Celestial Court is truly facing the danger of destruction, Master's Supreme Method would be activated. Even if you destroy the Celestial Court, can you destroy Fate GU?" Saying this, star constellations will's expression became solemn. "The most important thing is, the true Celestial Court is not here, it is in our hearts. Even if the Celestial Court is destroyed, it will be rebuilt by a new generation of people. Limitless demon Venerable, you can't have eternal life, right?" Limitless demon Venerable stood on the spot, staring at star constellations will with a bone-chilling gaze. Star constellations will looked at him with a calm expression. After a long while, limitless demon Venerable nodded. "As expected of star constellation, you are right." Star constellations will was not surprised. "Let's take a walk?" Limitless demon Venerable walked up Starzone Mountain. At the highest peak, he saw a pavilion. This was an immortal GU house. Limitless demon Venerable walked into the pavilion, looking at the huge celestial court. Other than the bloody path he created and the tragic state of the place, the rest of the place was still a beautiful and prosperous land. Limitless demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He focused. "Good pavilion, what is its name?" "Imperfection Regret Pavilion." Star constellations will replied. Limitless demon Venerable's eyes shined. This rank 8 immortal GU house had no secrets in his eyes. He saw through its structure and usage at one glance. He nodded. "Imperfection Regret Pavilion, it is a good name, it is appropriate. Imperfection, I could not achieve my goal in this trip, it is truly a huge regret. Who can live a perfect life, without any flaws or regrets?" He seemed to be asking star constellations will, but also like he was talking to himself. His tone was melancholic. Star constellations will was silent. Limitless demon Venerable suddenly laughed lightly. His melancholic expression disappeared as he regained his usual cool demeanor. He clapped and praised. "Star constellation immortal Venerable, your arrangements were truly amazing. But now, I am interested." Star constellations will's expression changed slightly. Star constellation immortal Venerable's arrangements were not just the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. In fact, Forgotten Tao Lake and Imperfection Regret Pavilion were all part of her meticulous planning. Limitless demon Venerable was invincible in the world. He could not be stopped directly. Only by eliminating his fighting spirit and killing intent could he preserve the strength of the Celestial Court to the greatest extent. And this was what Wisdom Path GU Immortals were most proficient in. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was tricked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only dimmed for a moment before rising again. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again. He looked at Star Constellation's will and said, "I was born at the wrong time, there is nothing I can do, I cannot participate in the great era a million years later. Star constellation, you are the same. Thus, I have a suggestion. Please speak. Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion? Play chess. Star constellations was slightly stunned. Alright, we both need this game of chess. For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, playing chess with star constellations will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, star constellations will also vanished from the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion became a forbidden area of the Celestial Court. Normally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would be normal. But sometimes, the Celestial Court's GU Immortals would accidentally see two figures in the pavilion. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the two figures were facing the outsider sideways. The two figures were a man and a woman. They looked like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. But any Celestial Court GU Immortals who saw this would mostly die a few days later. Only a small number of lucky people managed to survive the ordeal and continue to live on. Their strength improved tremendously. Many years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted to get rid of the threat of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but he shook his head and left Starzone Mountain. Many more years passed. Giant Sun Immortal was invited to visit Celestial Court. He saw Embroidered Tower, he saw the 3 bloody skins left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate GU. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain, he only took a glance at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before leaving. These records flashed past Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal is too crafty, he must have seen something back then. Bing Sai Chuan can actually use the strength that Limitless Demon Venerable left behind. Duke Long thought rapidly. He wanted to stop Bing Sai Chuan but he did not have any methods to do so. He acutely sensed that an extremely profound aura burst out of Bing Sai Chuan's body and vanished in an instant. Far away, at the peak of Starzone Mountain, the originally empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion slowly showed the figures of 2 people playing chess, as well as the chessboard between them. They were a man and a woman, even though only the side of their faces could be seen, the woman's peerless beauty and the man's cold expression could be seen. It was the scene of the 2 venerables playing chess. Ripples appeared in the air, the unmoving scene of the 2 venerables suddenly became lively. Star Constellation had a complex expression as she looked at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here? Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing. The person I am waiting for is still here, but there is someone from my hometown who inherited my true inheritance. In that case, I have to help. Saying so, he grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and flicked it. Throughout the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around to look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the figures of the 2 venerables faded away, leaving behind an empty pavilion on the peak of the mountain. The chess piece was extremely fast, it had just flown out of the pavilion when it hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook intensely, he had a look of shock on his face. Plop! At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the sky in a daze, crashing on the ground. The chess piece's power turned into a set of silver-white illusory chains that tied him up and stabbed deep into his phantom aperture, restraining all of the GU worms in it. Duke Long's eyes were wide open, he could breathe normally but he could not move at all. He found that he still had strength left, but whenever he tried to break free, the chains would send an equal force that negated all of his efforts. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was tightly restrained, the dragon chi he activated naturally crumbled and disintegrated. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sai Chuan regained their freedom. Bing Sai Chuan roared as he pounced at Duke Long. But when he activated his strongest killer move, the moment it reached Duke Long's head, the silver chains let out a bright light that easily blocked Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Even though this rank 9 killer move is restraining Duke Long, it seems to be protecting him as well. Is it because even though Limitless Demon Venerable's strength is used, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's will is also mixed in? Unable to kill Duke Long, Bing Sai Chuan decisively gave up. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar. At the next moment, Calamity Luck altar crashed into the central Great Hall with a loud sound. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to bring Old Man Zhang Yuan away in a panic. Chapter 1728. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. Central Great Hall was the center of all the palaces in Celestial Court. It was destroyed. Fairy Myrtle's control over her forces fell sharply. If she continued to mobilize them, she would have to spend more time and energy. And in such intense battles of life and death, every breath of time was precious. Central Great Hall was in ruins. In front of Calamity Luck altar, there was a tall tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a heated gaze. Heaven Overseeing Tower was famous in the world. Every GU immortal in the 5 regions knew of it. Right now, it was standing still. A refinement path formation was shining brightly beside it, enveloping it. Fate GU is at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. It is being controlled by the refinement path formation and is being repaired. Bing Sai Chuan frowned slightly. Celestial Court's defenses were very tight. At the crucial moment, there was even a Heaven Overseeing Tower protecting it. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had not ended yet, only the finals were left. Because countless GU masters had failed in their GU refinement, Infallible Blessed Land had already formed many success Dao marks. These Dao marks had already been extracted by Celestial Court. They were now being used to repair Fate GU to ensure that nothing went wrong. We cannot destroy this refinement path formation directly, otherwise, the formation's backlash might cause Fate GU's repair to go to waste. It will return to its original damaged state. It seems that we can only enter the formation and snatch it. Thinking of this, Bing Sai Chuan immediately ordered Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon accepted the order, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was hesitant. Lord Bing Sai Chuan, I am afraid we cannot handle this well. If we have the chance to snatch Fate GU, but Fate GU has not been repaired completely, what should we do? This was a problem indeed. Celestial Court had methods to repair Fate GU. They relied on human pathkiller moves to hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and accumulate a vast number of failures, before using Infallible Blessed Land to collect the success Dao marks for GU refinement. Longevity Heaven did not have such methods. Bing Sai Chuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. He said honestly, we want Fate GU in this state. It had been painstakingly repaired by the Celestial Court for countless years and was finally close to full recovery. Such a Fate GU is what we want. A completely repaired Fate GU cannot be used by anyone. Even the Celestial Court could only use the immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower to observe the trajectories of life in the world. If someone could truly grasp Fate GU, they would be able to determine the trajectory of fate and arrange the course of life. Unfortunately, the previous generations of Celestial Venerables of the Celestial Court have made countless efforts, but all of them have returned in failure without a trace of success. 5 Elements Grandmaster was surprised. In that case, what is the use of snatching Fate GU that is on the verge of completion? Bing Sai Chuan smiled. We cannot control Fate GU directly. Past Venerables have deduced the reason. It is likely that Fate GU's activation standard is too high. Only Providence can use it. But this does not mean we cannot use Fate GU. The Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower is the best example. It is just that the usage of Fate GU is too shallow. Other than that, the Celestial Court has another method, that is to use Fate GU as a GU material and refine it together with a Luck Path Immortal GU to create Destiny GU. Destiny GU? 5 Elements Grandmaster's pupils shrunk. Bing Sai Chuan's smile became more obvious. This is also the reason why the Celestial Court invaded Northern Plains and snatched fortune rivaling Heaven GU. So that's it. 5 Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sai Chuan continued, but they did not know that the idea of the so-called Destiny GU was first proposed by Ancestor Giant Sunday. The Celestial Court wanted to refine rank 10 Destiny GU, they were too ambitious. But we are different, we only want to refine rank 9 Destiny GU. Thus, Fate GU, which is a GU material, does not need to be repaired. As long as we have rank 9 Destiny GU, our longevity heaven will be able to contend with the celestial court, we can dominate the Great Era and replace the celestial court, we can even rule over the 5 regions and become the ruler of all living beings in the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied, he was shocked by longevity heaven's ambition, and was even more amazed by Giant Sun Immortal's plan. So longevity heaven's attack on the celestial court had been planned since Giant Sun Immortal, and it was only carried out today. Getting Bing Sai Chuan's explanation and encouragement, 5 Elements Grandmaster no longer hesitated, he flew out together with Bull Demon, entering the refinement path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to enter the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and take Fate Gu away. Someone has entered the formation. Old man Zheng Yuan watched from afar with a worried expression. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not flustered. This refinement path formation was specially set up by us, it is not the refinement cauldron formation from before. Moreover, Yuan Qiongdu is not the only one inside, there are 2 other rank 8s assisting him in refining Gu. Even though the refinement cauldron formation had great effect in repairing Fate Gu, because it was an imitation of Lang Ya Blessed Land's refinement cauldron, the celestial court decisively gave up on it. After all, longevity heaven had already annexed Lang Ya sect, the construction method of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron was definitely in longevity heaven's hands. In the refinement path formation, Yuan Qiongdu was the main controller, he had to maintain it at all times, he could not leave. But the 2 celestial court rank 8s assisting him could temporarily give up their work and protect Yuan Qiongdu. Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since longevity heaven sent someone to barge into the formation, it means they want to snatch Fate Gu and not destroy Fate Gu, thus they have some reservations. Only otherworldly demons can destroy Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan is still in Emperor City's battlefield. We still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was not in a hurry to join the battle. She first helped Old Man Zheng Yuan settle down. Old Man Zheng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he did not have the qualifications to join the battle. But his role was crucial, he was the key to activating the human path methods left behind by primordial origin immortal Venerable. After helping Old Man Zheng Yuan settle down, Fairy Myrtle immediately returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar floated in the air, blocking the entrance of the refinement path formation. Inside the formation, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were already fighting with the 2 rank 8s of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle gave a growl, countless thoughts rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. This was an immortal killer move with extraordinary power, especially after being amplified by Star Constellation Chessboard, even Calamity Luck Altar did not dare to underestimate it. Bing Sai Chuan healed his injuries while controlling Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, this was also a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal, while Star Constellation Chessboard was created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The battle between the 2 immortal Gu houses could be seen as a small contest between Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was extremely intense. Both sides displayed their abilities and exerted their full strength. Rank 8 immortal killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully, the celestial court was protected by the methods of past immortal venerables, it was not heavily damaged. As the battle dragged on, Fairy Myrtle's aura became heavier. Even though she controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, the latter was very small, she could hold it with one hand. In comparison, Calamity Luck Altar was huge, it dominated the entrance of the formation and defended its position, it had a slight advantage. During this period, Fairy Myrtle wanted to save Duke Long. But the silver chains on Duke Long were limitless Demon Venerable's methods. The moment Fairy Myrtle got close, she faced intense resistance. Her immortal killer moves were also blocked by the silver chains. But this could also be seen as a form of protection for Duke Long. Thus, even though Duke Long was in the battlefield and could not move, he was unharmed. The palaces around him were in ruins, the flat ground was filled with holes and ditches, it was a mess. Damn it, damn it. Duke Long gritted his teeth, he did not give up on struggling, but it was useless. If this continues, it won't be good. Fairy Myrtle's mood was heavy. She had been fighting for a long time but could not reinforce Yuan Cheongdu, who was in the refinement path formation. Even though longevity heaven did not send many GU immortals this time, they were all rank 8 elites and had a clear division of labor. At this rate, they might really be able to take away Fate GU. Right when Fairy Myrtle was at her wit's end, a certain corner of Celestial Court shook, auras appeared from nowhere, from weak to strong, rising rapidly. That is, the immortal graveyard. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. In the immortal graveyard of Celestial Court, there were many rank 8 experts slumbering. The situation was too complicated, even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many rank 8s were slumbering here. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court finally activated its foundation. The slumbering GU immortals sensed it and woke up from their slumber. You dare to invade my Celestial Court, you are courting death. With a loud shout, a burly GU immortal with a bare head and human body flew up, looking down at Calamity Luck Altar with a cold and domineering gaze. Saying so, he vanished far away. Such speed. Bing Sai Chuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar toppled over like a mountain. It was sent flying by a huge force. A black bear that was larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood in front of Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. This is the transformation path great expert of Celestial Court, Senior Zhong Fei Xiong. He is most proficient in bear transformation. His strength can shake the earth and lift mountains. The juniors are useless. They actually allowed others to invade the depths of Celestial Court. Even the central Great Hall was destroyed. Another voice resounded in the sky. An old GU immortal appeared in the sky. His skin was pale. He was emaciated and had a sickly expression. Right now, he was sitting on a wheelchair. He looked weak, but his eyes shined with cold light. It made people's hearts tremble in fear. Ah! Fairy Myrtle gasped. It is Lord Jiu Liu Ru. Sigh, he is a time path great expert. If he had awakened earlier and guarded the river of time. With him replacing Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have been able to escape. Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again. Jiu Liu Ru pointed at it. The entire rank 8 immortal Jiu house immediately slowed down by several times. Zhong Feixiong laughed loudly and pounced forward, taking the chance to press Calamity Luck Altar to the ground, suppressing it under his body. Who's the one who woke me up? Sigh, I am getting old. If I sleep less, I will have more wrinkles. I will lose my beauty. Little sister, am I right? A charming figure suddenly appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was shocked. She had not sensed it at all. Junior greets Senior WNZ Hong. Fairy Myrtle quickly bowed. Don't call me senior, just call me sister. Look, do I have more wrinkles at the corners of my eyes? This female immortal who had awakened from the immortal graveyard approached Fairy Myrtle and asked in concern. Fairy Myrtle looked at the beautiful face that was as smooth as a peeled egg. She was speechless, but her expression became more respectful. There are no wrinkles at all, WN. Sister, you are overthinking. She was very careful. Because this female immortal, WNZ Hong, had an extraordinary origin. Most of the members of the Celestial Court were chosen from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But this WNZ Hong was a great demon who had once wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was recruited by the Celestial Court. Zhong Feixiong, Jiu Liu Ru, WNZ Hong, one after another, the GU immortals of the Celestial Court woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the difference in numbers between the two sides increased. The situation changed completely. So many reinforcements came all of a sudden. Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's laughter could be heard. Under such a grim situation, he could actually laugh out loud. A bad feeling flashed past Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since longevity heaven attacked the Celestial Court, how could they not expect the immortal graveyard? Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because the killer move of a demon Venerable is attached to it. At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Chapter 1729. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The super-immortal formation that was suppressing Di Zongsheng was broken by Eastern Sea's rank 8s, Most of it was destroyed, only the core of the formation was left, barely holding on. Old man Beifeng was heavily injured, he was barely holding on. His grandson Feng Chanzi was by his side, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court, but they were nowhere to be seen. Feng Chanzi's expression became more and more desperate. Outside the core, Eastern Sea's rank 8s surrounded the core of the formation. Hua clan's first supreme elder Hua Cai Yun let out an immemorial cloud beast. It attached itself to the core of the formation and continued to grind down the formation. This is the work of Celestial Court after all. Even though only the core of the formation is left, it can still resist the corrosion of our cloud beasts. Hua Cai Yun sighed. Roar. At this time, from deep within Earth Trench came another dragon roar, shaking heaven and earth. The sound waves rumbled, shaking the entire Earth Trench. Countless rocks fell from the cliffs of Earth Trench. Eastern Sea's rank 8s looked at the eerie darkness below them worriedly. Shen Songsheng urged, the formation is mostly damaged, it cannot suppress Di Zongsheng anymore. To prevent any problems, we need to act now. Di Zongsheng was a unique legendary immemorial desolate beast. Because it was formed from the power of Central Continent's earth veins, it was formed from human hatred, fear, and other negative emotions. Therefore, it naturally harbored hatred and murderous intent towards the human race. More importantly, unless its source of energy was destroyed, it would be immortal. It had once caused huge trouble to Celestial Court. Eastern Sea's GU Immortals did not want to fight Di Zongsheng for no reason. They wanted to take away Dragon Palace and wash away their humiliation, then let Di Zongsheng escape and continue to cause trouble to Celestial Court and Central Continent. That's enough. Song Chi Yuan nodded. Puff. He called out softly. Immortal killer move, broken mirror light fragment. Crack. There was a crisp sound, like a mirror falling on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The entire formation's core shattered into countless pieces like a broken mirror, revealing Old Man Beifeng and Feng Chanzi. No. Feng Chanzi retreated in fear, shouting in fear. Song Chi Yuan's killer move was very mystical. At the start, there were no signs of it. Once they had accumulated enough energy, they would erupt in a single day, often catching people off guard and catching them off guard. This mirror-shattering light move was also Song Chi Yuan's proudest move. It was best at dealing with immobile objects, such as formations. Once the formation shattered, Di Zongsheng roared, his voice shook the entire Earth Trench. Quick, seize the time. Eastern Sea's rank 8s charged forward. I am going to die. Feng Chanzi immediately fell to the ground and closed his eyes in fear. His body trembled and his face twisted as he waited for death to descend upon him. Di Zongsheng Feng Clan's Dragon Continent. Qi, Dragon Sect's Ling Ling Dragon King, Shentian Dragon Spirit Sect, King Qi. Don't kill him, I will capture him alive. Shen Songsheng suddenly said. The Eastern Sea GU Immortals' attacks slowed down. They were surprised. Did Shen Songsheng have a method to capture rank 8 GU Immortals alive? Everyone, watch carefully. Shen Songsheng smiled confidently. Here. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that countless threads of light appeared on Old Man Beifeng's body. They were like strands of silk that bound him tightly. This is a killer move that I recently cultivated. It is called Lingering Sound. Shen Songsheng explained. Old Man Beifeng showed a look of grief and anger. He had planned to die in battle, but to think that the Eastern Sea GU Immortals wanted to capture him alive, this was an even greater humiliation. The Eastern Sea Immortals were silent. Looking at the situation, Shen Songsheng could really capture a GU Immortal of the same level alive. Even though a large part of the reason was that Old Man Beifeng's battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, Shen Songsheng's method was enough to make them wary. Rank 8 GU Immortals often had deep foundations. Shen Songsheng's actions showed this. Old Man Beifeng could not retaliate. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering in fear. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that he only had rank 6 cultivation level and was acting like a coward. They could not be bothered to care about him. Shen Songsheng used his immortal killer move with all his strength, wanting to capture Old Man Beifeng alive. A living rank 8 GU Immortal had much more value than a dead one. Ignoring everything else, Just capturing a great expert of the same level alive was a glorious achievement. Shen Tsongsheng and Shen clan's reputation in Eastern Sea's GU immortal world would rise by a large margin. The other immortals started to search for the immortal GU House Dragon Palace. They came together for this rank 8 immortal GU house. Soon, Zhongyin noticed something was amiss. Over there. He pointed with an excited expression, using an investigative immortal killer move. After the killer move, an immortal GU house appeared, floating above the immortals' heads. It was tens of feet away from Old Man Beifeng. The Eastern Sea immortals were overjoyed. If this was not Dragon Palace, what else could it be? Other than Shen Tsongsheng, the other Eastern Sea immortals quickly gathered. They had excited expressions. Shen Tsongsheng was focused on dealing with Old Man Beifeng. He was not anxious. Before coming, the Eastern Sea immortals had made an alliance agreement. It was quite restrictive. The agreement stated, if the Eastern Sea immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort the Eastern Sea immortals put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Qi Yuan and the rest tried to subdue it. But after 2 or 3 killer moves were used, Dragon Palace only shook intensely. It did not submit to them. This immortal GU house is truly extraordinary. Dragon Palace's stubborn resistance made the Eastern Sea immortals even more excited. They were even more determined to obtain Dragon Palace. Gradually, as they worked hard to subdue it, they discovered a huge secret. So that's it. Celestial Court placed the immortal GU House Dragon Palace here to use it to subdue Di Zongsheng. Even though Di Zongsheng is a combination of earth veins and negative emotions, he has a dragon form and is countered by Dragon Palace, thus there is a possibility of subduing him. Duke Long made a good plan. The earth veins of the 5 regions are about to merge into one. One of the sources of Di Zongsheng's strength is the earth vein. Once the earth vein merges, Di Zongsheng's strength will rise by 5 times. Don't forget, once the earth vein merges, the 5 regional walls will vanish, the world will descend into chaos, conflicts will erupt everywhere. At that time, there will be intense fear, hatred, jealousy, and other emotions. This will make Di Zongsheng's strength rise again. The Eastern Sea immortals conversed, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This way, among the legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Di Zongsheng would become the undisputed number 1. Its battle strength was at the peak of rank 8 to begin with. After this growth, it might even have the possibility of advancing to pseudo-venerable battle strength. No wonder Duke Long did not hesitate to take Dragon Palace. He wanted to subdue a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert to suppress the situation. Thankfully, we came to stop Celestial Court's scheme, otherwise, the 5 regions would be in trouble in the future. The Eastern Sea immortals were glad. No wonder the formation was broken. We only heard dragon roars but did not see Di Zongsheng escaping. Right now, Dragon Palace is suppressing Di Zongsheng. We need to wait. That's right, when Dragon Palace subdues Di Zongsheng, our Eastern Sea GU immortal world will not only obtain a rank 8 immortal GU house, we will also obtain a super strong expert. If Celestial Court finds out, they will vomit blood. Ha ha ha, this is too amazing, too amazing. Emperor City Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan activated it again and again. Wherever he went, Celestial Court's immortal GU houses were all forced to retreat. Great Thief Ghost Hand could steal GU worms. Fang Yuan's killer move could even steal rank 8 immortal GU, even if the immortal GU were hidden in the GU Immortals Grotto Heaven. The essence of an immortal GU house was the combination of many GU worms, forming a fixed form. It could be seen as the fusion of many immortal killer moves, or a mobile immortal formation. Be it immortal killer moves, immortal GU houses, or immortal formations, they were all methods of using GU worms. Although they looked different, their essence was the same. Great Thief Ghost Hand could even steal GU worms hidden in the immortal aperture. Not to mention immortal GU houses, which were mobile immortal formations that exposed their GU worms. Undeniably, Great Thief Ghost Hand countered immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan relied on Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal many GU worms. He had attacked immortal GU houses before, but that was Great Space Temple. it had methods to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. In fact, most immortal GU houses did not have the ability to resist Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Celestial Court's meticulously arranged immortal GU house defense line was shaken up because of Fang Yuan. The situation was in chaos. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, hand over your life. At the crucial moment, Li Huang shouted and charged at Fang Yuan while wearing verdant sunflame cloak. Celestial Court's immortal GU houses could not deal with Fang Yuan, but GU immortals could. Great Thief Ghost Hand was far more difficult to steal GU worms from immortal apertures than immortal GU houses. Especially when Li Huang had verdant sunflame cloak, he could defend against Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan saw that Li Huang was chasing him. He advanced instead of retreating. Li Huang, you are finally willing to come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year monkey as he spat. Immediately, spring scissors flew out, piercing through the air as it shot towards Li Huang. Next, Fang Yuan quickly breathed in deeply. Year monkey's two hands grasped in the air as a huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere. It was immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Cut. What? Under Li Huang's shocked gaze, his flame cloak was cut, its defense was greatly damaged. Fan. Whoosh. Winds blew as the sky changed color. Li Huang was hit, he was sent flying far away. How could his strength grow so rapidly? Li Huang looked at the tiny flame left on his verdant sun flame cloak. He had an unsightly expression. One had to know that he had activated the verdant sun flame cloak when he sensed that something was amiss when he was being attacked. Chapter 1730. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan shouted, his body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the verdant sun flame cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light, the aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger, he quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang. Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand. At this time, wind-sweeping building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan snickered in disdain, get lost. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Winds blew in all directions, wind-sweeping building's momentum was halted. There was no helping it, Summer Fan's wind was only a facade, the true essence was the power of time path. Wind-sweeping building was a wind path immortal GU house. It was not specialized in dealing with time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the GU Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The GU Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these GU Masters to focus on refining GU. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too powerful, he obtained many venerable inheritances, his demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal GU house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The GU Immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity, it was built using a vast number of mortal GU. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history, it could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise, it was primordial origin immortal venerables that created the first Emperor City. Fang Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. Rank 8 GU immortal Qing Yi saw that the situation was bad, he had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qing Yi. Fang Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor City brazenly. Li Huang and Qing Yi stood in front of Fang Yuan and were pushed back by Fang Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert GU immortals dumbfounded. Fang Yuan is so fierce. No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Farewell friend wind. It is actually farewell friend wind. Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Chen Yi, the Central Continent GU immortals guarding the immortal formation were all shocked and fearful. This farewell friend wind had a huge origin. It was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Daoist Blackheart. He cultivated Wind Path, but in his later years, he studied the legends of Renzu and made great progress. After he went into closed cultivation for nearly 10 years, Farewell Friend Wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. Ever since Daoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially, the 5 regions GU immortals did not know the reason. Facing Daoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Daoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him. They pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Daoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into dream killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many GU immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell Friend Wind's sensing was rather special. It could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Daoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path GU immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of Farewell Friend Wind. Many GU immortals knew the secret of Farewell Friend Wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Daoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless GU immortals who had befriended Daoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world, there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of Farewell Friend Wind was discovered by the GU immortals. That was, to activate Farewell Friend Wind, it had to hit a certain part of the GU immortal's body. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong, with these 2 flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Daoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. They avoided him. In his later years, he was alone. His ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped Farewell Friend Wind. It shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Chen Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Bai Kang Shui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Bai Kang Shui snatched Chen Yi, but even though Chen Yi was no longer floating, he could not move. His eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has Farewell Friend Wind. It is like Fang Yuan has Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance immortals. He looked at Chen Yi from afar as he praised, as expected of a GU immortal of Celestial Court, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense. Even after being hit by my Farewell Friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance GU Immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong here, the GU Immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court Battlefield. Inside the GU Refinement Formation, the two big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear. Che Wei, rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall. Even though he was being attacked, he still had the leisure to say, "Amazing, Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless. You cannot break my 5 Elements Ring's protection." Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 Elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Court's GU Immortal Tsongyang was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Tsongyang was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in Rule Path. His skin was like a tattoo, with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin. They crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Tsongyang. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Cheongdu was still refining GU, his tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fate GU. They also have a certain standard for Fate Gu's recovery state. Yuan Cheongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success Dao marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The GU Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Cheongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sai Chuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a Demon Venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Court's GU Immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the Immortal Killer move activated. Figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck Altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared, "Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder." There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhongfei Xiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured, it was covered in blood. "Who are you? Report your name." A Celestial Court GU Immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. "You don't even recognize me, Enua Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces and you will remember my name." Boom boom boom. Violent forces exploded one after another. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains GU Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The Time Path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled. It regained its usual speed. "You actually broke my killer move. Who are you?" GU Liu Ru, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains GU Immortal smiled as he looked at GU Liu Ru. What a coincidence, we both cultivate time path, let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary, you can call me Hey Fan. Next, the third person followed Hey Fan and walked out of the phantom river of time. Wow. This is a huge battle, oh heavens, I need to hide. The third Northern Plains GU immortal had a white face, he had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains GU immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely. Enur Bao Xiong, Hey Fan, and the vanished Liu Liu Liu, they are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the river of time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable. Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze. A scene that was deeply etched in his memories surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have future self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength. Duke Long's expression was cold as ice. The anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. That's right. My future self-killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me. Duke Long snickered. Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. Accept fate's arrangements and become a GU Venerable again. I can let bygones be bygones. Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious. Since you do not want to attack me, but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you? Of course not. Red Lotus shook his head, a smile appeared on his flawless face. Master, I have endured for so long, the killer move is finally ready. Please give me some comments. Saying so, the phantom of the river of time appeared behind him. GU immortals stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved. What killer move is this? I created a killer move with 2 moves. It is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon GU immortals who are close to the GU immortal themselves from the river of time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move. It is called Help from the Future. Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim, his body was shaking from anger. This move is heaven-defying, you are actually using the river of time to interfere with the normal flow of history, you have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them. No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future. Red Lotus smiled. Chapter 1731. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions, and intense light flashed. Northern Plains GU immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members, WANWODI. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded. Large chunks of flesh and blood flew away, the shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain, it closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble. Next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down. With a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains GU immortal laughed loudly. My Enur Bao Xiong's killer move, Dim Lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path's thick defense. I have already killed countless transformation path GU immortals, ha ha ha. He cultivated lightning path. He was a berserk killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains GU immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first supreme elder of Enur tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But Enur Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded. Shameless boasting, I also cultivate transformation path, come and kill me. Which idiot? Nu Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions, and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now, save Zhongfei Xiong. Jiu Liu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhongfei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhongfei Xiong. This person was Wnz Hong. She had a seductive appearance, she cultivated wood path and was originally a demonic path Gu immortal. She had a murderous nature and was recruited by Celestial Court. This Zhongfei Xiong has some skill, even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wnz Hong's eyes flashed with caution, she did not slow down, she directly charged into Zhongfei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wnz Hong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh, more flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhongfei Xiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! In the sky, Nu Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His lightning path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wnz Hong wood path Dao marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong transformation path Dao marks on of Gu path. It was as if Wnz Hong's wood path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhongfei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. Nu Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed, Nu Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again, his whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, Nu Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhongfei Xiong, he extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Gu Immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter, the red light itself was still moving left and right, it did not stop for a moment, Nu Bao Xiong could only look left and right, he could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Qe. She cultivates fire path and transformation path, her battle style is similar to Nu Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals woke up in the Immortal Graveyard, Zhu Qe was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's Time Path Killer move is too strong, it is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction, looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good, he was near Calamity Luck Altar, under the phantom river of time, there were Northern Plains Gu Immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge, she also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two Venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move, even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility. Firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Gu to the Gu Immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Zhang Yuan, he is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang! A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle, the golden light faded and a Northern Plains Gu Immortal's figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura, he was an expert of Yi Lui tribe, Yi Lui Ku. He cultivated Metal Path, he was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the phantom river of time. Yi Lui Ku had stood out when he was young, he had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight, he could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, He often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a GU immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a righteous path GU immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a demonic path GU immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains' GU immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped, facing Yi Louis Ku's gaze. She felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damned Qi wall. Yi Louis Ku had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Qi Wall killer move that primordial origin immortal Venerable left in Celestial Court. This Qi Wall killer move could distinguish between friend and foe. It did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains GU immortals could only move around the route that limitless demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's GU immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between rank 8 GU immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Qi Wall. Northern Plains GU immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains GU immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's GU immortals often needed to rely on the Qi Wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our GU immortals have just woken up from their slumber. They do not have a complete set of GU worms. The mortal GU are fine, but the immortal GU are very incomplete. They cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's GU immortals were sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard. All their immortal GU were given to Celestial Court. On one hand, they needed to make full use of their resources. On the other hand, they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal GU. Most of these immortal GU were used to construct immortal GU houses. They were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sects to use, like Fate Armor Immortal GU given to Feng Joga. There were very few immortal GU that were left unused in the treasury. Celestial Court's GU immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s, but because they lacked immortal GU, they could not display their full strength. Even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains' side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's call of the ancient killer move was truly amazing. It immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move. He could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. Chapter 1732. This call of the ancient should be similar to call of the future. It does not truly summon the GU immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self. It only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains GU immortals are all in their peak condition. They have immortal essence and immortal GU. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future back then. It is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me, I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level, I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately, he could not control himself. He was restricted by the rank 9 killer move. He could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Another person walked out of the river of time. He had a jade-like face. He was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Fang Yu. Mph, a Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian. Stop acting suave, come and fight." A celestial court Gu immortal who had just obtained an immortal Gu saw Dongfang Yu and was very unhappy. He charged over. He had the appearance of a boy, his hair was black and shiny, there was a small tip, together with his round face, his head shape was like a peach, it was very comical. But his surging aura made Dongfang Yu's expression change, she quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit, seeing Dongfang Yu's pathetic state, he chuckled, "Now do you know how powerful I, whirling boy, am?" Dongfang Yu was furious. "My playfulness is my nature, you old monster is the one pretending, you are about to die, you are still acting so young." Whirling boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dongfang Yu again. Dongfang Yu had only been caught off guard earlier, she was already prepared now, she attacked instead of retreating. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains Gu immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind, it almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains Gu immortal had the appearance of an old farmer, his pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched and his face was wrinkled, he had a cigarette in his mouth. Sigh, sigh. The old farmer had no killing intent, he sighed. "I am Nyan Nyan Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. Indeed. Nyan Nyan Gu immortal Nyan Nong was not the strongest rank in Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. But he was the one who had the deepest influence and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Gu Nyan Nyan Gu, Nyan Nyan Gu immortal Nyan, God Gu immortal Gu God Gu Gu, Gu immortal Tien immortal Gu Mo Gu, Li to immortal Gu Gu, He Gu Dong. Gu Nyan immortal Nyan, of Gu, Gu Nyan to be, a Nyan of Gu Yi of Gu of immortal to, of. Sir, Nyan, Nyan Nyan, Gu of Nyan of Gu Nyan? The heavenly court Gu immortal smiled, "I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources." "I see." The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact, they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. Nu Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The Scarlet Rainbow's aura suddenly surged, it was Zhu Qiu using her killer move, it immediately split into eight scarlet rainbows flew towards Nu Bao Xiong from 8 directions. Nu Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang, 7 scarlet rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was Zhu Qiu's true body. "It's my turn." Nu Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. "Go!" Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in mid-air, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Zhu Qiu. Zhu Qiu gave a delicate shout, the scarlet rainbow stopped and revealed her true form, a colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby Gu immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wnz Hong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart, "Damn it, I lack offensive immortal Gu the most, I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing Gu immortal one day, Wnz Hong felt a sense of danger, her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yelu Ku appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, "The Celestial Court's Gu immortals are truly amazing, I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the Chi wall, you cannot escape." Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger, it exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wnz Hong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her, she had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yelu Ku laughed sinisterly, this move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment, his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a GU Immortal. The GU Immortal swallowed Yelu Ku's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough. To think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up. This celestial quartz GU Immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. Who are you? Yelu Ku's gaze was cold. Zhao Shan he. The white fatty laughed. I won't let you kill our healing GU Immortal so easily. Yelu Ku did not speak, his aura rose steadily, evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. WNZ Hong snorted angrily. I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal GU, I can take on 5 at once. On the other side, several GU Immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. She must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had been leading Northern Plains side. Seeing that the Celestial Quartz GU Immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly. Even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If Celestial Court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack. There were also several Northern Plains GU Immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the Celestial Court's GU Immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sai Chuan is not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. This way, the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Court side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Chi wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Court's GU Immortals felt the pressure on them lessening. They could easily retreat to the Chi wall to recuperate. Boom. 2-time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Jiu Liu Ryu coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Jiu Liu Ryu was about to retreat to the Chi wall when a figure appeared. Die. The figure flashed and vanished. Jiu Liu Ryu was only a few steps away from the Chi wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Liu tribe's expert, Liu Liu Liu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature. He was called the Shame of Northern Plains when he was alive, because he never fought openly. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Liu Liu Liu. He was extremely angry. Jiu Liu Ryu's death shook the GU Immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Court's side. Jiu Liu Ryu did not have all his GU worms, and more importantly, as more GU Immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yelu Ku finally succeeded and killed WNZ Hong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shan He. On Northern Plains side, Hei Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Jiu Liu Ryu, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court GU Immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more GU Immortals. Damn it. These GU Immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it. Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains GU Immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains GU Immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Court's GU Immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9-time Path Killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless, he is completely targeting our celestial court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon, Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. Chapter 1733. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of Fate GU, ancient GU immortals could not travel to the future, and future GU immortals could not travel to the present. But along with Fate GU's damage, the restrictions on time path became much looser. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the GU immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When Fate GU was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sai Chuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing Fate GU would be ruined. Fate GU was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sai Chuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair Fate GU at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, Longevity Heaven could only charge through the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to forcefully seize Fate GU. Regarding this, Bing Sai Chuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the River of Time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair Fate GU, it was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall, we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take Fate GU, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sai Chuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize Fate GU. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook, his aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the 5-colored light. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the 5-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shields shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, The battle between the Ox Devil and Songyang was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, "Attack, try to attract their attention." Saying so, the Ox Devil pounced at Songyang again. The two fought fiercely. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The Ox Devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted longevity heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Qiongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair Fate Gu. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to Heaven Overseeing Tower like it was drifting with the wind. He. The fresh flower landed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Qiongdu turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His mind was heavily injured and split into 2, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yang quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to Heaven Overseeing Tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Gu. Too late. Ox Devil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with 5 Elements Grandmaster, restraining these two. Che Wei and Song Yang became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Ox Devil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Ox Devil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The two shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were still only 5 Gu immortals in the refinement path formation, thus it did not explode. It was still operating well. What do I do? Yuan Qiongdu's vision turned dark. He had a splitting headache. He was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation. He could completely tamper with Fate Gu and make all of the Celestial Court's efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as Fate Gu was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results, and Fate Gu could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible. It would be like all of the Celestial Court's efforts had turned into longevity heaven. This was such a difficult decision. Adding on the fact that Yuan Qiongdu's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu, Yuan Qiongdu had not made up his mind yet. I got it. Flower Lady's eyes shined. She stretched out her small white hand, wanting to grab Fate Gu. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this longevity heaven operation. But right at this time, on the 4 walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Starzone Mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of 2 Gu immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the Celestial Court's strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of 2 Venerables. Of course, this is only the method of 2 Venerables. It is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the Celestial Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the Celestial Court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly had no more worries. He smiled at the empty wall. I got it. I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was completely hidden. Even the Celestial Court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, This bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Gu, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air, she could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion. She only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep, she was the only one left, she was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade-green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning, she fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear, the jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway, it was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest, it was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortals' ears, it even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground, there were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing, the bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady, he did not feel anything wrong, his thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of wood path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest, he felt the pressure of the trees, he felt the grass burrowing out of the soil, he felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man, he was cultured and elegant, he wore a green robe with a white belt on his head, his black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words, love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers, even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain, they will shed tears but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Duke Long turned around, he could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figure slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left, remember, this move is called piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. Chapter 1734. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his wood path attainment level had risen to an extremely high level. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding this wood path killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables' chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power, it was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between star constellations Will and limitless demon Venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable's strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort, it is truly a pity that this wood path true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved, He raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the GU immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff. Duke Long primarily cultivated Chi Path, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple-gold splendor. A pitilessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment, he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma, and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the refinement path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yang defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the refinement path formation, Yuan Cheong-du coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the refinement path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sai Chuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards. He could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around. His attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long. Celestial Court GU Immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly GU Immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us? Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times. Many GU worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved. It is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His immortal killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative immortal GU house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, immortal GU, and killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of GU cultivation history. They were the brightest stars in the world. They were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate wisdom path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, he had comprehended the profundity of transformations, his foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sai-chuan was extremely nervous. He ordered, "Defend against Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains GU Immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. "Kill!" A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains GU Immortal was silent. He followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. "No, let me fight you." A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression. He stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded. A beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the GU Immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the after-images of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head. He had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole, he could see the sky behind him. Goo! At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. Bam! With a muffled sound, he self-detonated, turning into a lump of blood. He died on the spot. He was a famous expert in Northern Plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the two Northern Plains GU Immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. "What are you looking at?" Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. "Oh no." The two Northern Plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses. They did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's two ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the two Northern Plains experts was instantly shattered. They were like two meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The two Celestial Court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, one died and two were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength expert. Terrifying. At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the Celestial Court side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. "After I died, there was actually such a talented junior. He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He is also a Tao Guardian." The Celestial Court GU Immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized, oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Tao Guardian matured, they would be the #1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Tao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. His coming. Bing Sai-chuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the three, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sai-chuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. "Protect me," Bing Sai-chuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest. A large number of Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the GU Immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. "Open!" he shouted, using a chi path killer move this time. Surging chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several longevity heavens GU immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move. Duke Long smiled sinisterly. 2 more longevity heaven GU immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sai Chuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sai Chuan's eyes. Impossible. How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? He had guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.